every Saturday afternoon at 3 for the Money Hour Radio, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group. Learn estate and tax planning strategies, choosing the right IRA, and the ever-important decision when to take Social Security benefits. When you have retirement in sight, sound decisions are critical. Tune in to the Money Hour Radio every Saturday afternoon at 3, right here on AM 560, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group.
Advisor services offered through Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated. Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated is a registered independent investment advisor.
Check it out, it's the Terminator. Hey, when'd you get back, huh?
Did you have to shoot anyone?
Why are you so distant? Are you not happy to see me?
So what's the deal? You gonna get a job now or what?
Why are you being so jumpy? Put all that stuff behind you, okay?
No one knows what it's like to come back from Iraq or Afghanistan unless they were there. Join other veterans at communityofveterans.org because we know where you're coming from. Brought to you by Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America and the Ad Council.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer, WIND.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The gun used to kill a woman as she walked along a popular San Francisco pier with her father last week belonged to a federal agent. Juan Francisco Lopez Sanchez has pleaded not guilty.
His attorney arguing the 7-time felon had the gun accidentally go off in his hands. Sanchez says he found that weapon in a dumpster, but sources tell Fox News that it belonged to a federal agent. Now, the gun reportedly stolen during a car burglary in June.
Fox's Jackie Ibanez. Sanchez is an illegal immigrant already deported 5 times, but San Francisco is a sanctuary city.
The sheriff's office says if the feds wanted Sanchez, they should have issued an arrest warrant for him. But at Senate hearing in Washington, ICE officials wanted the defense, saying it was the sheriff that ignored their orders to detain Sanchez.
3 people are dead after a shooting late last night near the University of Maryland's Baltimore campus. 4th person was wounded. Campus police say 2 gunmen in 2 vans pulled over near a group of people, got out, and started firing. Greece has until tomorrow to present a new bailout proposal to European creditors. Fox News Radio's Simon Owens, live in cash-strapped Athens.
Dave, here some people say the hour-long wait each morning to use an ATM is starting to feel like the norm. Cash controls remain in place as the future of the Greek economy remains up in the air. European officials asked Greece to supply specific proposals for a new bailout yesterday, but nothing was forthcoming. Instead, exasperated European leaders saying the government here in Athens has until the end of Thursday to set out its ideas. Dave?
Simon, there's other financial worry in Asia. Chinese stock market plunged another 6%. It's lost a third of its value in less than a month. That sent stocks way down in Hong Kong and Japan, and futures are falling on Wall Street, suggesting a big sell-off at the opening bell. Hillary Clinton is defending her controversial use of private email while Secretary of State telling CNN,
"Everything I did was permitted."
The Democratic presidential frontrunner says she broke no laws or regulations and has turned over emails that were not personal. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy skies, 57 degrees. It is 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. It was a 5-hour trip between Chicago and St. Louis that turned into a 14-hour ordeal for passengers on board an Amtrak train due to a truck accident and derailment of a freight train. Amtrak says the train was first stopped for hours near Joliet due to a truck accident. The train was forced to stop a second time near Dwight because of that derailment. The train left Chicago late Monday with 150 passengers and returned to the city early on Tuesday. More details are set to come out on that incident later today. Former top fundraiser for imprisoned former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich has been released from prison, transferred to a halfway house. Tony Rezko was convicted, you may recall, in 2008 of fraud, money laundering, and plotting to squeeze more than $7 million from companies seeking to do state business during the Blagojevich tenure. The battle over the Illinois state budget has hit the courts with a ruling yesterday on state workers' paychecks, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
A Cook County judge says the state cannot pay state workers their full salary so long as there's no budget in place. Attorney General Lisa Madigan.
It remains up to the governor and the legislature to enact a state budget to allow for necessary government operations and programs to continue.
The decision is a defeat for Governor Rauner, who last week promised workers they'd continue to be paid even without a budget. In a different court, a federal judge says funding for programs to protect children at risk can continue because of an existing consent decree from a previous budget fight. David Stewart, Chicago.
Meantime, the state can continue to spend money on salaries and on child protective services, even without a state budget in place. That, according to U.S. District Court Judge Jorge Alonso, who ruled yesterday. Two candidates will battle it out to see who will replace former U.S. Representative Aaron Schock in the 18th District. Voters chose Republican State Senator Darren LaHood and Democrat Rob Mellon to battle in the upcoming September 10th general election. Drew Peterson will have to wait even longer to find out if he will be found guilty on charges of a plot to kill a local prosecutor involved in his murder trial. A judge delayed the start of the former Bolingbrook police sergeant's trial to November 13. Toronto beat the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from the Cardinals 7-4 and 5-3. The Bulls officially signed their first-round pick Bobby Portis yesterday. The news service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Many rose up with violence. He sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 5:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't believe the United States should have anything to do with Cuba.
Are you proud? I'm curious. Are you proud of this president for doing this? Do you think that this is going to have a moral impact upon the Cuban state? Tell me. If I thought there was a chance that it did, I would be for it. But it seems to me that all the dollars that will now go in will help prop up the regime.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. CPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP, and right now you can try it risk-free for 21 days by calling 1-800-500-4833. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Transcend's smallest and most advanced portable design ever, the mini CPAP is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call CPAP.com now for your 21-day in-home trial. 1-800-500-4833. That's 1-800-500-4833.
5:06. Time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort, and time to check the roads this morning in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. I believe our friend Jim Talamonte is back from some time off. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Good to be back. On the expressways and tollways, overnight road work is clearing and things are looking pretty good, at least for now. The Kennedy is fine after some inbound overnight work cleared. The Eisenhower is looking good as well. No delays to report on the Edens. The Stevenson and the Rhine are fine at the moment. A little road work on the eastbound Adams Tollway this morning. This is near Bussey. You have an eastbound closure of the left lane till 6 a.m. 390 westbound, there's work Meacham to Plum Grove in the left lane. I-80 has a little work once again around Lisbon Road. No delays or issues to report right now in northwest Indiana. You have street closures downtown Chicago affecting Columbus, Congress, and Jackson. Taste of Chicago's opening ceremony is 10:45. Traffic service of QuickBooks Connect Chicago. Introducing QuickBooks Connect Chicago, a big event to help grow your small business with workshops, speakers, and networking. It's all happening July 16th at the Garrity. Register for free with promo code LOCAL at QuickBooksLocal.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Yep, it's no counting calories week. Everybody just enjoy the food. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Some sun giving way to clouds today with a high 66, then occasional rain tonight with a low 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow, high 74, then partly cloudy skies for tomorrow night with a low of 60. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Almost hate to say it, bring the jacket this morning. It's 54 at O'Hare, 57 along the lake from water temp 65. Next news 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The FBI raids the Indiana home of Subway celebrity pitchman Jared Fogle. Known as the Subway Guy, the sandwich chain announced today that its relationship with Fogle has been suspended.
Reaction is pouring in after that eyebrow-raising admission by Bill Cosby, a deposition now public in which Cosby said he obtained powerful drugs with the intention of giving them to women he wanted to be with.
Would you vote for someone that you don't trust? Well, people should and do trust me, and I have every confidence that that will be the outcome of this election.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Congratulations to Darren LaHood, state senator from Peoria, who won the special election to replace Aaron Schock yesterday. Well, the Republican primary, but that's functionally the general there. We're going to have him on the show at the top of the 7 o'clock hour to talk about what's next after kind of a no-drama special election in the wake of the national disgrace that Schock turned out to be.
I thought that there would be a little bit of drama since his challenger was supported by Ted Cruz and some other conservatives. What were the final tallies?
It wasn't close.
Okay.
We'll get to that. It was a blowout.
All right.
As anticipated. But this news that broke towards the end of our show yesterday, Jared Fogle, of course, Jared from Subway, as he's will forever be known. He had his home raided at 6:30 in the morning yesterday by federal and state authorities.
And the U.S. Postal Service.
Right, in conjunction with a child pornography investigation. That's all that authorities would say. And now, to be clear, Jared has not been charged with anything. He's not been arrested, detained, charged. None of those things have happened yet. But Subway did drop him faster than he dropped pant sizes.
Stop it. Well, they didn't drop him completely. They're suspending their relationship due to the current investigation. But knowing
he has about as much chance of coming back as Brian Williams.
No. If these, you know what? I'm not even going to make a $20 bet on this one.
Your money.
I think he's done, regardless of the outcome of this investigation. It has changed his career. I mean, he is over as a TV pitchman for anybody.
Well,
no more personal appearances for $5,000 or $10,000. That's generally what he'd receive for personal appearances. That's over too. His schedule has now been cleared, Dan.
Yes, he's got a lot of time to. Apparently, he was training for the New York Marathon. From the video I saw yesterday, didn't look like he was in New York Marathon shape.
Yeah, that might be a little hard on the knees and the joints
and the man boobs. They're going to be hard on those,
and then
too.
the back fat. I mean, I'm just surprised that he gained. I mean, he lost 245 pounds, but he seemed to have gained about 100 lbs back.
Well, here's kind of framing the story as it's said by reporter Justin Mack in Indianapolis.
This is Justin Mack, breaking news reporter for the Indianapolis Star, bringing you the latest update on the federal and state investigation taking place right now at the Zionsville home of Subway spokesman Jared Fogle. Police authorities arrived early this morning around 6 or 6:30 a.m. and began searching the residence. It is being led by the FBI, but spokesmen from that agency are not able to confirm exactly who they're after or what they're investigating. At this point, all they'll say is that they are conducting a criminal investigation in the area and that they are being assisted by the Indiana State Police.
Now, we know that the former director of the Jared Foundation, this foundation that Jared Fogle had set up, that he is under arrest for child pornography-related charges. And
yeah.
His name is Russell Taylor.
Yeah, but he had a cachet of sexually, explicit photos and videos, but they also charged him for producing and secretly filming minor children at their homes.
Thus, his detainment by the authorities, appropriately so, and so there's speculation this is just in conjunction with that. But here's the problem that Jared has, at least optically at this point, is one, law enforcement knows more than they're telling you, which is always the case. But number two, if you're kind of cooperating in furtherance of their investigation and ultimate prosecution of your former associate, it's a little bit bizarre they spring a early morning raid on you.
Which lasted all day. It ended last night at 7:30. So this wasn't just a light raid. And I know you said that he wasn't taken into custody, but he was seen going in and out of a police car.
The evidence truck.
The evidence truck until his attorney showed up and said, let's go, we're leaving.
So it leads one to believe at minimum authorities were skeptical. If Jared was cooperating, they're skeptical about how comprehensively he was cooperated. There was some reason to believe that maybe there was something there that Jared wasn't turning over or that Jared wasn't being cooperative, generally speaking. So it's certainly a problem, which is why I understand also Jared has withdrawn his application to be the wrestling coach at Yorkville High School.
Stop it. One thing that I'm surprised about is that Subway hired him in the first place. He was the college porno king at IU. Before he became known as the, spokesman for Subway, everyone at IU knew him because he had indoor porno rental superstore. I can't speak today. Let me try that again. He ran an indoor porno rental superstore. So for $1 a day, he would drop off a VHS tape to your dorm room, and then when you're done viewing it, you brought it back to his dorm room. And so he had a very lucrative business being the college porno king.
What was he? He was buying pornographic videos and then renting them out, or what?
Oh, yeah, for a solid year. And people said, the reason Jared started eating Subway wasn't motivated by health concerns, but sheer laziness because the Subway store opened up on the ground floor of his dorm. So it was the closest fast food restaurant.
Oh, the Subway store. Yeah, I see.
So that's why he started eating Subway while he was, dealing in porn. And apparently people, they lined up to get this $1 a day porno video.
Well, now Subway's going to have to be rated NC-17. That is bizarre. It's bizarre that
and everyone knew this. They hired him anyway.
Yeah, I didn't know that story.
And I know
him.
there's a difference between porn and child porn, but maybe regular porn was a gateway into child porn. I mean, who knows? But his friend who was arrested, not only did he have possession of child porn, but he produced child porn, and he had 400 videos that he made in his possession when the FBI raided his house. And he was friends with Jared, so something's going on. And for the U.S. Postal Service to be involved, something was mailed to somebody, if you know what I mean.
Potentially. Here's Jared turns out to be a bit of a recluse as well. Here's some of his neighbors talking, or one in particular.
Hey, Kim, where you live?
Live right there.
So diagonally across the street.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you ever seen Jared outside or talked to him at all?
The conversations have been really brief, just small talk, like, hi, how's it going? Basically just introducing myself and then seeing him. He seems like a pretty private guy. We mostly had interactions with his wife, who was very friendly, just a normal person. I've honestly seen him outside maybe 12 times in the last 5-6 years. Like I said, he's a pretty private guy. He was training for the New York Marathon, and I think he did most of the training on his treadmill inside the house, which just seems kind of weird. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Maybe he was just a private individual, but the family seemed normal. I came home from a friend's house, and I couldn't get to my house, so I parked around the corner here, ran around back. The first thing that I saw were the helicopters. There were about 3 of them, I think, which is just totally bizarre for this area. Yeah, just a lot of FBI, a lot of news vans, a lot of activity that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, Jared, private individual. He likes activities indoor.
You don't train for a marathon on a treadmill. I did 3 Chicago marathons, and as a runner, you don't want to even be on a treadmill when you can be outside in the fresh air. Reliving the elements that you're going to experience race day, hitting the pavement, running. I smell a rat.
Jared, he may have been inside hitting something.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, stunning new developments in the San Francisco murder that has become a flashpoint in the immigration debate. That gun apparently belonged to a federal agent. We'll have the latest details. But first, here's your forecast. Some sunshine giving way to clouds today. Still cool, unseasonably cool for the time of year. A high only in the mid-60s. Then tonight, possible rain. And then tomorrow, not too much better. Times of clouds and sun, a high in the low 70s. Let's welcome back Jim Talamonte and get the travel times. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Amy. Thanks. Good morning, Dan. On the expressways and tollways, things look great right now. The Edens is fine, 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Kennedy, clear sailing, 20 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound the same. The Eisenhower, the Stevenson, and the Rhine are also delay-free for now. So are the other expressways and tollways. Downtown, you have closures of Congress, Columbus, and Jackson. Taste of Chicago's opening ceremony is at 10:45. It runs through Sunday. Though some of the streets will be closed through Tuesday. That would be Jackson. The other streets should be reopened by Sunday or Monday. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook, or that your mom loved to dance. A person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1-hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her AC started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1-hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any cooling need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Have you ever questioned whether your money is in the right place or thought that maybe you should be doing something different? Tune in Sunday mornings at 10 to In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos, founder and CEO of Wealth Management Group, LLC, right here on AM 560, The Answer. Visit them online at investwithwmg.com. That's investwithwmg.com.
Have you put off seeing the dentist because you can't afford to go? Are big dental bills taking a big toll on your wallet? Would you like to have dental insurance but think it's too expensive? If you answered yes to any of these questions, call Physicians Mutual Insurance Company for a free information kit. See how you can help protect your teeth and your wallet for less than $1 a day. 1-800-944-5953. This is real dental insurance that can help cover over 300 procedures, all the ones you're most likely to need. Everything from cleanings and fillings to crowns and dentures. Your acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies, even if you're retired or on Medicare. You can see any dentist you choose, and you'll never pay a deductible. Call in the next 10 minutes, and we'll rush you a free information kit with all the details. 1-800-944-5953. That's 1-800-944-5953. 1-800-944-5953.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. I have to read a text from our friend Steve on 88.
Yeah, I heard you chuckling over there. What is it?
Jared Fogle, toasted.
Oh, nice.
Nicely done.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
So, news in the case of the murder of Katie Steinle in San Francisco. This is the 32-year-old woman who was killed by a person in this country illegally, shot and killed by him. He had been deported 5 times. He was on probation in Texas. He was in San Francisco ostensibly looking for work, and he was in San Francisco, in his own words, because it's a sanctuary city. Mm-hmm. He finds a gun. He fires the gun for whatever reason, and one of the stray bullets hits and kills Kate Steinle.
Yeah, and the reporter asked him, and I want to play this for you, why do you keep coming back?
You keep coming back to San Francisco because you knew that they wouldn't actively look for you to deport you? Yes.
Yeah, but we're learning new information this morning, breaking overnight, that the gun that was used in the shooting belongs to a federal agent. Now, at first, they weren't sure which federal agency, which gun, if it was a government-issued gun or the officer or the federal agent's personal weapon. But we're learning more that the gun was stolen from the federal agent's car in a burglary in June, close to that pier where the shooting occurred. It was a .40 caliber pistol, .40 caliber pistol. I'm sorry, when I can talk, I'll let you know. And the one source that spoke on the condition of anonymity just said that the weapon was apparently not the agent's official gun, but it was his personal weapon that was stolen from his vehicle in that downtown area. So I just think that obviously that's new information. That's not going to change the outcome or the charges in this case, but personal responsibility is going to come into question here of why the officer's gun, why would he leave his gun unattended in his car?
What?
Why would he leave his weapon? Don't you have to keep your weapon on you? I mean, why would you leave your gun behind or not have it locked up?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't want to carry a gun when he left his car. It's a personal gun. I mean, the way you have to transport guns in this state is in a case. How do you know it wasn't in a case? It locked in his trunk or locked in his car and somebody did a smash and grab and got it. I mean, who knows? Well, maybe it's Eric Holder and it's part of the Fast and Furious program, and they're trying to arm illegal immigrants who are deported 5 times like they were arming the Mexican drug cartels. I don't know.
That's what I was thinking at first. Like, oh my gosh, do we have another Fast and Furious here? But no, we clearly don't have that. It was the agent's personal weapon. But I should familiarize myself more with what the rules and regulations are of owning a weapon and transporting it. But I thought you had to keep your weapon on you. The federal agents that I know that have weapons always have their weapons on them.
Well, why, you don't have to keep your. First of all, he may have had a weapon on him, and he may have had a personal gun in his car as well. I mean, what? So what?
Well, you're a gun owner, right? Or do you not want to? Do you carry your weapon with you in your vehicle? And if you do you lock it in a glove box, or do you stash it somewhere so that no one could steal it?
With right to carry, you can put it in a holster these days, thankfully. But yeah, I mean. The bottom line: if somebody breaks into your vehicle and steals stuff, how is he responsible? Somebody broke into his car and stole stuff. That's what we know to be the case at this point. So what? How is that the federal agent's fault?
I just think he should be more responsible with his weapon.
Well, what should he do?
I don't know.
Every weapon that's in his possession should be on his body at all times?
Well, the federal agents that I know are carrying at all times, whether we're doing a 5K or a 10K or doing a 100-mile bike ride, they always are carrying.
What if somebody broke into his home and stole it? Should he not keep the guns in his home either? Should they all be in a safe? Should they be in a safe deposit box?
They should be in a safe.
You can steal something that's locked. And so now we're requiring if you have a gun in your home, they have to be in a safe? That's what you want to do because a federal agent had his gun stolen? What are you talking about? This is not nonsense.
It's not nonsense. Trust me. We'll find out later.
Trust you?
No,
I'm not going to trust you. That makes no sense. This is an ancillary factoid in this case from what we know to be true, which is a federal agent had a personal gun stolen. And now we're going to turn the focus of this case onto this federal agent's gun that was stolen from him? I don't think so. We're going to keep the focus where it belongs, which is on the murderer in this case who was in this country after being deported 5 times, and these hack politicians like Di-Fi and Hillary who are now decrying the same sanctuary city status that they otherwise cheerlead for routinely. Oh, now this is terrible. And San Francisco police and county sheriff's police are trying to blame ICE and so on and so forth. It's pathetic. That it's the legal regime in this country and how the law is or is not enforced that is at bar here, not the stolen gun of a federal official.
Well, here's Senator Ron Johnson, who spoke on the issue yesterday on Capitol Hill.
He was released into general society to commit a murder. I mean, does that make any sense to you? Why isn't ICE right there at the prison door escorting that person back to his country of origin?
In that particular case, our detainer was not honored.
Their detainer was not honored. He got lost in the shuffle is the bottom line. That's what happened.
They're lying. They're lying.
Under oath, too. They're lying.
The sheriff's police said that we have it right here. The sheriff's police said that they essentially, as a matter of policy, don't communicate with ICE. San Francisco Sheriff Ross McCarmy or McCarmy, whatever. The sheriff for San Francisco defended Sanchez's release and the city law requiring it to ignore ICE detainer requests. The city law requiring it to ignore ICE detainer requests. That's the San Francisco sheriff saying that.
There's your government at work.
Game, set, match.
Feels so good. You switch to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. That's right. David is now working at Pearl Mortgage. For the past 10 years, David's provided AM 560 listeners, viewers on NBC5 and WGN Morning News with trustworthy advice, competitive rates, and outstanding customer service. The only thing that's changed is David's phone number, email address, website, and where he works. When you call David to refinance your home to lower the rate, pay off the credit card debt you accumulated supporting your family when you lost your job, or to pay your kids' college education, to renovate your home and start a business, David was there to help you. If you want to talk to David about refinancing your home, then call him at his new number, 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email David at Pearl, P-E-R-L, David.com, or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, and he can help you. If you need help with your mortgage, call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186.
AM 560, The Answer.
There was a lot of letters there. Did you got that? Did you write it all down?
I did.
The
I
NMLS?
have it. Yes. So coming up, I'll cede my time to David Burge, Iowa Hawk, on Twitter. It wasn't so much an interview as it was a woman gabbing with her hairdresser. That was the Hillary Clinton interview on CNN yesterday. We'll have the lowlights at 5:36.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Outside, 57 degrees, an undocumented immigrant who admitted in a TV interview that he killed a woman on a San Francisco pier, apparently did so with a gun stolen from a federal agent. It's unclear how Francisco Sanchez ended up with the weapon. He pled not guilty to murder and weapons charges Tuesday. Representative Bob Goodlatte, chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, says cities like San Francisco are encouraged to violate federal law by the White House.
At the heart of all of this is the issue of whether or not this administration is consistently enforcing our immigration laws. They are not.
Francisco Sanchez of Mexico has 7 felony convictions and has been deported 5 times. Authorities in Baltimore say 3 are dead. 2 gunmen pulling up in vans got out and began firing. A woman and 2 men were killed near the University of Maryland Baltimore campus. A children's charity is now cutting ties with longtime Subway pitchman Jared Fogle. The group known as Catch announced yesterday it's ending its association with Fogle's Jared Foundation. Crisis management expert Jonathan Bernstein tells us it will now be difficult for companies to avoid these types of situations.
Anytime you're involved with celebrities or people who become celebrities like Jared did, there is an inherent vulnerability, which is your reputation is tied to their behavior.
The news comes as the fast food sandwich chain also revealed it is suspending its relationship with Fogle as well. Hong Kong's main stock index diving 8%. Investors rattled by the sharp sell-off in mainland Chinese shares. The Army cutting back its workforce. USA Today reporting that troop strength will be reduced by 40,000 soldiers, leaving a total of 450,000 by 2017. 17,000 civilian employees will also be laid off. Kansas Governor Sam Brownback issuing an executive order protecting opponents of same-sex marriage. The order issued yesterday prevents the state government from taking any discriminatory action against clergy or religious organizations that refuse services to couples based on a belief that marriage should be between one man and one woman. Former top fundraiser for imprisoned former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich has been released from prison. Tony Rezko has been transferred to a halfway house. Two candidates will battle it out this fall to see who will replace former U.S. Representative Aaron Schock. Voters in the 18th chose Republican State Senator Darren LaHood, a runaway winner, and Democrat Rob Mellon as the two nominees for the September 10th general. Chicago sports. Toronto beat the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from St. Louis. The news service of Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council. At 5:34, a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks we're missing the bigger picture.
Fine, take the flag down. But I want to point out something here. If you think that flag is going to stop the next Dylan Roof from committing an atrocity and an evil out of racist motivations, you are delusional. What signs did we miss as it relates to this racist lunatic that went and killed these 9 innocent people?
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
See all that Kubota can do for you and come by A.A. Anderson, 20508 Oak Grove Road in Harvard, or call 815-943-5454. Also visit them online, aaanderson.com.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Are you willing to pay more for life insurance than you should? Well, did you know you could save as much as 70% on term life insurance? Hi, I'm Brent Langdon for AIG Direct. We partnered with American General Life to find you their most affordable rates on term life insurance products. And I mean affordable. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. Call 1-800-600-7214. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how much we could save you. It only takes 5 minutes, and you could save up to 70%, and the call is absolutely free. Call 1-800-600-7214. That's 1-800-600-7214.
5:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest this morning with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're now seeing some delays on the inbound ride. It's slow between the Stevenson and the Burns Circle. 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. About a 5-minute slowdown there. Inbound Bishop Ford is heavy from 115th to the merge. That's about a 6-minute delay. Inbound Stevenson, just a little heavy now between Pulaski and Kedzie. Inbound I-57, a little heavy approaching the ride. The other expressways are looking good. Adams Tollway eastbound near Bussy. There's road work in the left lane scheduled till 6. Traffic is building in that area. Traffic is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. While many rose up with violence, he sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. But first, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunshine this morning will give way to clouds. A cool day ahead, almost fall-like, with a high of 66. Occasional rain, low of 60 overnight. Clouds and sun, 74 tomorrow. 54 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Nice song, apropos, like it.
It's a rhetorical question, that song, but we'll answer it anyway.
Okay.
As it pertains to Hillary, the answer is yes, she would lie to us, and she did for just under 20 minutes, sitting down for, to kind of dish gossip with her girlfriend. And that's what it was. This Brianna, what's her name? Brianna Keller?
Kyler.
Yeah, whatever. 601.
Well, she's a political reporter for CNN. She's been there for, almost a decade.
Yeah.
But she happens to be She happens to be friends with Hillary Clinton's aide, and I'm sure that's how she got her foot in the door. And it probably didn't hurt her that she's a woman as well. So,
Yeah, she asked all the tough questions. Who does Hillary think should be on the $10 bill? And
who does Hillary think should be on the $10 bill?
She didn't take a position on that. That's she's got a study group who's working on it. Who's the best impersonator of Hillary on Saturday Night Live? All the tough questions, because it's not like there's a lot of controversy surrounding Hillary, so there's not much to talk about except this kitschy stuff. But she did, raise the issue of trustworthiness very gently, so that, kind of lob a big softball so that Hillary could take a whack at it.
I can only tell you, Brianna, that this has been a theme that has been used against me and my husband for many, many years. And at the end of the day, I think voters sort it all out. I have great confidence. I trust the American voter. So I trust the American voter 100%.
Would you vote for someone that you don't trust?
Well, people should and do trust me. And I have every confidence that that will be the outcome of this election.
Yeah. So this is a theme, this is a theme that people have used against Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton for 20 years, that they're untrustworthy. It's a theme that's been manufactured against them. There's no evidence to support this accusation that they're not trustworthy. It's just this theme, and people should and do trust her, at least the 1/4 of Americans who find her trustworthy.
I found the interview insufferable. I mean, I have to be honest, I didn't even last through the 20 minutes because I thought this is a joke. It was, first of all, it was in such an awkward setting. They were in Iowa City, Iowa. It looked like they were in the back of some department store closet. There's a lot of fat leg showing. It was very bizarre.
Wow.
I know I got catty. I'm sorry, but when it goes, ladies, let's cover it up. And that's why Hillary Clinton wears pantsuits, okay? So the same goes for the reporter.
I was just glad she didn't wear the yoga pants.
Yeah, but they were very close to each other. I mean, for her very first national interview of the 2016 race, that was it. It didn't look presidential. It didn't look authoritative. It didn't look believable. And it was
it looked like
awkward.
Hillary.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Yes.
Yeah, not authoritative, not presidential, not believable. Hillary Clinton, that should be your tagline, not this everyday people's champ business.
But the way it was shot, I mean, I always look at aesthetics and I thought, this is just like low market setting. It's just, it was, the lighting was off. It was just very bizarre. The whole thing was strange.
It's a regular.
Sorry, because she's just a regular
Hillary.
person.
Yeah.
So she just wanted probably one top fuzzy light.
This is her last rodeo, and she's just kind of cold chilling.
Did she ask her about the rodeo? Why did you rope in reporters?
She didn't get to that, but she did ask about the emails, kind of, sorta. I mean, she didn't really ask questions. She said, "Emails, go." And that's kind of what the interview was like. And so Hillary Clinton took it and went.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Everything I did was permitted. There was no law. There was no regulation. There was nothing that did not give me the full authority to decide how I was going to communicate. Now, I didn't have to turn over anything. I chose to turn over 55,000 pages. And now I think it's kind of fun. People get a real-time, behind-the-scenes look at, what I was emailing about and what I was communicating about.
Wearing warm socks, as you said to John Podesta.
Exactly, and
working a fax machine.
A secure fax machine, which is harder to work than the regular.
Break it up, ladies. Okay, so an actual political reporter might have asked Hillary Clinton, what about the Federal Records Act of 1950? Is that a law? Because the Federal Records Act of 1950 says the head of each federal agency shall, meaning will, meaning you must, make and preserve records containing adequate and proper documentation of the organization, function, policies, decisions, procedures, and essential transactions of the agency, and designed to furnish the information necessary to protect the legal and financial rights of the government and persons directly affected by the agency's actions.
You speak slower. I'm trying to write that down.
Yeah, right. Well, you get the point. The point is that you're required as, the Secretary of State to keep and preserve records related to official business. How do we know what was protected and preserved that was official business when she is making those decisions independent of any oversight? So that's number one. And then, by the way, there's a 1995 additional explanation from the State Department their own treatment of this question of the Federal Records Act. And they wrote, among other things, all employees must be aware that some of the variety of messages being exchanged on email are important to the department and must be preserved. Such messages are considered federal records under the law. Under the law. That's the State Department's opinion on the 1950 Records Act 20 years ago. But there's no law, there's no regulation, there's no nothing, and of course there's no pushback from your buddy with the fat legs. Bill in the
Cankles,
loop.
okay.
You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Speaking of currency, Hillary should be on the $3 bill.
There you go. Hi, Ope. Thanks for the call, Bill.
312-642-5600 is the number. What did you think of the interview? Or would you even? I wouldn't even call that an interview. You're right. It was just a gab fest between two sorority chicks sitting in a department store having a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I was waiting for mid-interview for finger sandwiches and tea to be served. It's just two friends getting together to chat about the campaign. Chuck in Delavan, Wisconsin. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, I'd love to see somebody, just a regular, normal, everyday person, get to talk to these people. I'm going to take anyway. On her way there, if anybody was to be smart right now, they would think that she would be the president. I think everybody should invest in Lane Bryant at the store.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Chuck.
All
Yeah,
right.
he's.
I've shopped at Lane Bryant too.
Yeah.
After the babies, I had some times in the size 12 department, 16, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's Hillary's excuse? So
Can we play the $10 bill? Because she just is so indecisive, and she's not clearly cannot be a commander in chief if she doesn't have an answer for that.
All right.
I am very torn about it. I want a woman on.
Isn't that laugh just infectious? Isn't it just? I mean, doesn't it just bring a smile to your face?
Gives me a chill down my spine.
That's not creepy at all, Mr. Burns Clinton.
I am very torn about it. I want a woman on a bill. I don't know why they picked the $10 bill. Some people are now agitating for the $20
The 20?
bill.
Do you think that should be the 20?
I want a woman on the bill, and I think that it might be easier to change the 20 than it is to change the 10, but we'll see.
Yeah.
That's
Great.
a lot to process, Dan. So early in the morning.
I'm trustworthy. It's just like Stuart Smalley, right? And gosh darn it, people trust me.
Let's talk. Let's chat. Let's start a dialogue.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today, it's, it is July 7th. Or maybe it's July 8th, excuse me. And average temperature for this time of year is 84. We're not even going to come close to that today. A high in the mid-60s and cooler near the lake under mostly sunny skies. Let's see if the travel times are any better than the weather. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Right now, it's a little more routine than the weather. We certainly don't have to worry about any pavement buckles in this. The Kennedy outbound, coming out of the Hubbard Street Tunnel, there was a stall. It cleared very quickly, but this is affecting the inbound Ryan. It's slow from the Stevenson into the Circle and beyond to around the Hubbard Tunnel. So it's about 21 minutes, 95th to downtown on the Rhine. Again, that delay continues through the downtown area, but that stall has cleared. Inbound Eisenhower, just a little heavy past Manheim. Inbound Stevenson, little heavy, Pulaski to Kedzie. The inbound Ryan, again, slow starting at the Stevenson. And then I-57 has a brief delay approaching the merge. Bishop Ford, about a 6-minute delay, 115th to the Ryan. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. 800-489-0201.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-495-9822. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-495-9822. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-495-9822. That's 1-800-495-9822.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Amy, interesting action on the state budget impasse yesterday. A Cook County judge ruling that under the Fair Labor Standards Act, state employees can only be paid minimum wage and overtime while there is not an appropriation. In other words, while there's not a budget. So it is Governor Rauner and Comptroller Munger who want to pay state employees for work performed at their salaried level.
Yeah, because they are deserved of that.
Right. And it is Lisa Madigan, Attorney General Madigan, and House Speaker Mike Madigan, as she refers to her father.
Yes.
Oh, Speaker Madigan, could you pass the potatoes?
Merry Christmas, Speaker Madigan.
Right, exactly. It's very warm. It's very cordial.
Happy Father's Day, Speaker Madigan.
It's a professional relationship.
Well, remember,
mainly.
he's not her real father. He did adopt her.
I understand.
Yeah, but you know about adoption. I mean, you're adopted.
I know.
So you still celebrate those holidays.
I'll tell you what. If I had been adopted by Mike Madigan, all my troubles would be over.
Could you imagine that?
What are you talking about?
Oh I'd be horrified.
I'd be on Easy Street. I could live at his.
But you wouldn't satisfy. You wouldn't settle for that because you'd want to help the people, as opposed to Mike Madigan, who's helping himself.
I don't know, man.
So I think there'd be a really acrimonious relationship.
It's hard to say. Maybe as a young child, he would have had me lobotomized like he had Lisa Madigan lobotomized, and then things would have turned out completely different. So it's difficult to know these things. But they went to court about this issue of state worker pay during this budget impasse, and there's no resolution in sight. I think this is at least a 60, 90-day process to get to some kind of deal. We'll see. And Munger, the state comptroller, Leslie Munger, said she was disappointed and respectfully disagreed with the ruling by the Cook County judge in terms of only providing, suggesting that the state can only provide state workers the minimum wage plus overtime until there is a budget in place.
But I mean,
it's very interesting. This is a teachable moment for state workers, isn't it? Who is fighting for your salary while you are, while there is no budget? Well, meanwhile, the politicians are getting paid full rate. Mm-hmm. Well, the state legislators are. It's Republican Governor Bruce Rauner, Republican Comptroller Leslie Munger. It's the Democrats, the champions of everyday people, the champions of public sector workers, It's the Democrats that are saying, you try and live on minimum wage. And let's remember, and I've been there before too, there's a lot of people that work for the state, that work in the private sector, that live paycheck to paycheck.
Oh, yeah.
So you can say, so you can say, they're going to get paid in
eventually, but that's not your mortgage. Your bills aren't going to stop coming.
Correct.
And that's a sad thing. I mean, why do state workers have to pay for the sins of our politicians? And I hope state workers wake up now and maybe start voting Republican. Maybe, trying to opt out of their Democratic unions and become Republicans.
Well, of course, a lot of state workers do vote Republican, but the last point of what you said is really the key, which is those rank and file members of public sector unions, most notably when we're talking about state workers, AFSCME, when do you rise up against your union overlords and say,
enough is enough?
We are getting hammered, both kind of from a PR perspective and now from a financial perspective. You have been in bed with these people that have been in charge of state government for the past 4 decades, Speaker Madigan, Senate President John Cullerton. So maybe it is time for us to disengage with the leadership that you're providing as it pertains to my financial future. Oh, and by the way, if I'm not a state worker who's already retired or nearing retirement, I got to be a real jumpy about my pension. And that is also a function of their public sector union leadership and the leadership that public sector and the support that public sector union leadership has provided to those same Democrat potentates, Madigan and Cullerton, over the last 4 decades.
Well, what legal recourse do they have for this? I mean, could they
have an
appeal
appeal.
This court?
Yeah, Munger's going to appeal it.
All
So we'll see. Roger in Oak Lawn, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey.
Hey.
My wife is a stenographer for the state. I mean, she works hard. She's a professional. The only people who are getting paid are the judges. Now, that's wrong. You can't do your job without the underlings helping you, but you guys are the only one who can. You're getting paid 3 times as much as the court reporters are.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Roger. Appreciate it. I mean,
That's a good point.
So this is it, and this is maybe a little opportunity to play divide and conquer politics, and if it's effective, then hat tip to Bruce Rauner and Leslie Munger.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you or someone you know has emphysema or chronic bronchitis and problems sleeping, then please listen to this important message. Researchers at the University of Illinois at Chicago are testing a program for improving sleep in people with COPD. Volunteers will participate in a 6-session program with a 3-month follow-up. Health evaluations include an overnight sleep study, lung function tests, 2 blood draws, and questionnaires. Subjects will be compensated for their time. All program activities and testing are free. Easy access parking is also included at no charge. For more information, call Mary Capella, PhD RN, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 312-996-1575. This study is funded by the National Institutes of Health. That number again is 312-996-1575. 312-996-1575.
When news breaks, he's there at the heart of the story.
There is no better way to show you the scope of our lead story than from the air. Beating is the word we're taking right now. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
When lives change, he's there to listen.
You want your child to be able to walk outside and feel safe and feel like they're important.
When it really matters, you can depend on him.
It's a lot to try and understand here and much to learn.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states and MLS number 3030.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Be alert and aware of your surroundings. That's what students are being told at the University of Maryland, Baltimore, after a deadly shooting right near their campus late last night. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
4 people were shot. 3 of them have died. Baltimore police say it happened around 10:30 last night, a few blocks from UMB. Officers found a woman and 2 men with gunshot wounds. 1 man and a woman were taken to a hospital where they died. The second man died at the scene. The 4th person, a woman, walked into a hospital and is stable. A statement on the school's website says 2 gunmen in vans pulled over near a group of people, got out and fired shots, hitting those 4 people, Dave.
Tanya not guilty. That's when an illegal immigrant deported 5 times has pleaded. Juan Francisco Lopez Sanchez claims he shot and killed a woman on a San Francisco pier by accident using a gun. He says he found that gun, it turns out, had been stolen at some point from a federal agent's car.
Lopez Sanchez was reportedly in San Francisco on a 20-year-old marijuana warrant, and the sheriff released him after the case was discharged, even though immigration officials had asked that he be held.
That's Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. This all leading to a debate about San Francisco as a sanctuary city. European leaders are preparing for Greece to no longer use their currency, as the Greeks still try to work out a bailout deal. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in Athens.
Dave, the Greek Prime Minister is making his case for a new bailout to keep Greece in the Eurozone. He says his country has been treated like an austerity laboratory in recent years as Europe imposed spending cuts in return for bailouts. He wants a different kind of deal and perhaps some debt relief. Here in Athens, many people say they're resigned to waiting for news. The banks are still closed and long lines remain at cash machines. Dave?
Simon, there could be a sell-off on Wall Street. Futures are down, but not on Greek worry. There's concern about China. The Shanghai stock market plunged 6% overnight. It has lost 1/3 of its value in less than a month, dragging other Asian markets down big too overnight. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy skies in Chicago at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A former top fundraiser for imprisoned former Governor Rod Blagojevich has been released from prison, transferred to a halfway house. Tony Rezko was convicted in 2008 of fraud, money laundering, and plotting to squeeze $7 million from companies seeking to do state business during the Blagojevich tenure. State workers will only be paid minimum wage for the time being. Cook County judge ruled yesterday the Illinois Constitution only allows state employees to receive federal minimum wage since lawmakers have not approved a state budget. Spokesperson for the Attorney General's office, Natalie Luce, says this ruling follows what the law allows.
Of course, Attorney General Madigan and our office absolutely want state employees to be paid. We also want to make sure that it's done in a constitutional and legally appropriate manner.
Comptroller Leslie Munger complains, saying her office will not be able to process any minimum wage changes to the payroll in time. Her office, Governor Rauner's administration, and union leaders say they will appeal that ruling. The state can continue to spend money on child protection services even without that state budget in place, according to a federal judge's ruling yesterday. A lawsuit in Chicago targeting towns for not monitoring gun sales. Suits against gun makers and gun sellers have been unsuccessful in most cases, and in some cases are banned by federal law. But that's not stopping these gun violence opponents from trying this tactic. Activist Southside priest Reverend Michael Flager and other groups are suing 3 suburbs. Chicago sports, Toronto over the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from St. Louis 7-4 and 5-3. The news, a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Many rose up with violence. He sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Why do you care that Bruce Jenner had his face reconstructed? Why do you care that Bruce Jenner has fake boobs? Why do you care?
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's not Bruce Jenner that I care about. It's a country that's all wrapped up in Bruce Jenner. It's a country that even gives a damn who the Kardashians are. It's a country that will descend into chaos and tyranny. You see, that's why I care. Because that's where we're headed.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. Switch to SquareTrade Phone Protection instead and start saving hundreds of dollars. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month. Plus, up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade Phone Protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade!
6:05 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Eisenhower, traffic is just a little slow between Manheim and First Avenue. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 30. The Edens remains clear. The Kennedy, some heavy pockets, no more than a 1-minute delay in either direction. Northbound I-55, slow Veterans Parkway to 53, then Cicero to Kedzie. Stevenson, 36 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, you've got a 6-minute delay approaching the Rhine. Northbound Tri-State just a little heavy at 290. In West Chicago, there is a crash. Southbound 59 at Roosevelt in the right lane. Traffic is a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mr. Rogers passed along friendship. Hoping we would too. Friendship. Pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most on Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast comes from meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, it will be cool with some sunshine giving way to clouds, high of 66. Then tonight becoming mostly cloudy with occasional rain, a low of 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow, high 74. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently clouds and 54 at O'Hare, 57 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 6:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Heroes Talk Radio. Learn the secrets to planning a tax-free retirement income by listening to Heroes Talk Radio Saturday afternoons at 5.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The FBI raids the Indiana home of Subway celebrity pitchman Jared Fogle. Known as the Subway Guy, the sandwich chain announced today that its relationship with Fogle has been suspended.
Reaction is pouring in after that eyebrow-raising admission by Bill Cosby, a deposition now public in which Cosby said he obtained powerful drugs with the intention of giving them to women he wanted to be with.
Would you vote for someone that you don't trust? Well, people should and do trust me, and I have every confidence that that will be the outcome of this election.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, good morning. At the top of the end of the last hour, we were talking about this ruling by a Cook County judge yesterday with respect to paying state workers during this budget impasse where there's no appropriation, there's no budget, so there's no technical pot of money from which to legally pay state workers. So said the Cook County judge. This is interesting because of the political split here. Governor Rauner, Leslie Munger, the comptroller, want to pay state workers. Lisa Madigan, the Attorney General, House Speaker Mike Madigan do not want to pay state workers except as required under the Fair Labor Standards Act, federal law. Text from 815. Funny how the AG is concerned about the Constitution when it comes to paying workers, but doesn't care about a mandated balanced budget for the last decade. It's a fair point. Constitutional hit and run is what the Chicago Democrats do, both here and also the one that we exported to D.C. But I want to clarify something, though. Here's who gets paid right now, according to this judicial ruling, which Comptroller Munger said she was going to appeal. Legislators and judges, they get paid.
They get paid.
Because, of course, they voted themselves to get paid. Come hell or high water, they're going to get their money. State workers, salaried state workers, so like Comptroller Munger, does not get paid. Only those workers that are covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act, which include like a lot of hourly state workers, they get paid, but they only get paid under the Fair Labor Standards Act, the federal minimum wage plus overtime.
Do you think it's going to come to that?
Well, that's what it is right now. So we'll see how this winds its way through the courts, but that's what it is going to be. So when you talk about people living paycheck to paycheck, for that's small, relatively small percentage, and we don't even know how many workers that is. You heard in the Mike Scott news report, they can't even in the state systems are so antiquated. They cannot easily just readjust the payroll system to just pay those hourly workers or those workers who qualify for payment under this judicial ruling under the Fair Labor Standards Act. They can't just readjust their pay schedule and payment amounts and then easily readjust them after there is a budget in place. So they're going to do it once they figure out how many workers they have. I don't even know that. But it's going to be at the cost of substantial amounts of money. So this is also going to be a cost to a state. Oh, by the way, Mercatus Center, George Mason University, does an annual review of and ranking of the states by fiscal condition. There are 50 states, Amy, in the United States.
Really?
Yeah. Where do you think?
How many territories?
Where do you think Illinois ranked?
50th.
Correct.
Thank you.
Illinois.
Where's our bell, by the way?
Illinois.
Took the bell. I go on vacation. There's no bell.
Yeah, you just have to be content with the satisfaction of getting the answer right. Illinois ranks 50th among states for fiscal health. Illinois' fiscal position lowest in FY 2013, and it retained its title. Another dynasty being built here, like the Blackhawks.
Yeah.
Repeat.
Repeat of the three-peat.
The state only had between 49 and 79% of the most liquid forms of cash to pay short-term obligations. So here we go. Basically, they do it by a number of criteria. Cash solvency, Illinois ranks 49th. So cash solvency means, do you have enough cash to cover your short-term bills? 43rd in terms of budget solvency means, can you cover fiscal year spending out of current revenues? 49th in terms of long-run solvency, meaning does the state have a hedge against large long-term liabilities, like, say, pension obligations? And 23rd in terms of service-level solvency means how high taxes, revenue, and spending are when compared to state personal income. 45th in terms of trust fund solvency measures how much debt a state has, and, of course, the state of Illinois has $214 billion in debt and only $30 billion in assets. That's its debt to total assets ratio, not great. So 50th out of 50 in fiscal condition. We have no budget. And now state workers are feeling the pinch of the political leadership that has lorded over the state for the last 40 years. They ain't getting paid for the most part, and the ones who are getting paid federal minimum wage.
I mean, how do you survive? What can you do to fight back? What if all of you form a solidarity and not go to work, but then they'll replace you, right? Because everybody's replaceable.
Well,
you stand to risk the chance of losing your job.
Well, if you don't go to work, you also
don't get paid.
Won't get paid. Yeah,
Right.
so I don't know that solves any issue. But it's worth noting where these battle lines are drawn. It's Republicans who are trying to make sure people are paid during this budget impasse. The budget impasse created by the political leadership in the General Assembly, the longest-serving House Speaker at the state level in the history of our nation, Mike Madigan,
He's still getting paid.
and another guy who's been there 40 years, Senate President John Cullerton. Both are still getting paid, as you know. Now, of course, their measly salaries are pittance to all they make trading on their leverage as legislative leaders, but it's still worth noting. So there's the fiscal condition of the state. There's what political leaders are doing after sending the governor a budget that was $4 billion out of balance, despite the constitutional requirement, Cook County judge, constitutional strict constructionist, the $4 billion out of balance budget that Madigan and Cullerton sent to Toronto that he refuses to sign because it's unconstitutional and unbalanced.
Here's a text message. We got a question for you, Dan. For those state workers who are receiving minimum wage rates, if a budget is passed, will they be retroactively paid their regular wage?
They're going to be retroactively paid their regular wage, yes. But that, how quickly that occurs, number one, how quickly a budget is in place, how quickly a budget deal can be forged. Number two, how quickly the state can adjust its antiquated systems to make sure people are made whole are open questions at this point. So you're going to have people that are going to suffer. And here's the thing that the public sector unions won't tell you, and specifically won't tell their members. When you have a state that is in an economic death spiral like Illinois, everybody is going to suffer. And the longer it takes to make the required structural changes, the more suffering that is going to be incurred by people across the board, including public sector workers. I don't understand what it takes to get through the cement block between people's ears in certain public sectors, certain members of certain public sector unions. Honestly, I don't know what they're looking at and what they think is going to happen and how they think they're going to, there's going to be a certain group of people other than the political ruling class that comes out of the scot-free. Nobody is coming out of the scot-free unless you move to Tennessee. Scott on the west side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. The bottom line is that even when they get furloughed or they have time off, they always end up getting paid anyway, even for the time that they had off. It's a paid vacation for them. And that the state workers, the vast majority of them are Democrats, so of course they're going to blame the Republicans, even though the Republicans are not responsible.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Scott. That's a cynical yet accurate description of what has happened in the past. I think Ronner and Munger and Republicans are trying to break that cycle. Bruce in New Lenox, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, I'm glad you and Sean made the jump. I'm happy to say that. But the Cook County Democrats are the same as the people in Greece. They'll be cheering in the streets for the free money, and they're never going to get the pensions they were promised.
Yeah.
And they're just too dumb to realize it, and it's just sickening. It's just sitting and watching it. And I dropped out of a union because of it. And I'm doing better than when I was in it because it was so political. It was terrible. And my union's pretty much done. That was there. Okay. And they all were promised that free money, and they're not getting it.
Thanks for the call, Bruce. Yeah, I mean, there is a certain interesting comparison to Greece where people are not only willing participants in their own demise, they're cheering their own demise.
I know. They're digging their own hole. So they're having these rallies, these parties in Greece. Say, yes, we said no. And then the next morning they go to the bank to get their money out. And, the bank's still closed and ATM has limited withdrawals. So, yeah, way to go, Greece. Way to think that one through.
To invoke the infamous words of the bankrupt governor of Puerto Rico and bankrupt Puerto Rico, it's not about politics, it's about math.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, some sunshine by this afternoon. It will be cool, though, a high of 66 degrees. Then tonight, occasional rain, and tomorrow, mostly sunny skies, a high of 74. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Right now, it's not too bad. The Edens is clear. Kennedy, no more than 1 or 2 minutes worth of delays in either direction. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to first, 33 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 30. Inbound Stevenson has a 3 or 4 minute delay, central to Kedzie. The Ryan, with scattered delays, it's now 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 18 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Mission Forward 21. Northbound Tri-State heavy at 290. Do have a crash reported on 394 southbound at Glenwood Lansing Road, Jackknife Semi. You'll have heavy traffic downtown starting today with Taste of Chicago opening later this morning. Concert at Northerly Island, sporting events, concerts over the next few days, so it's going to be heavy around Grant Park. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
Not available in California, Louisiana, and Virginia.
Listeners, do you have startup capital and want to invest in a business with incredible profit potential? Fresh Healthy Vending, the #1 healthy vending franchise in North America, is growing fast, and we're looking for people right here in the local area to become Fresh Healthy Vending franchise owners and help our business continue to boom. If this sounds like you, we'll send you a free owner information kit. As an added bonus to new franchise owners, sign up today and receive 25% off franchise fees. Just go to readyforfresh.com and enter code 2000. That's readyforfresh.com, code 2000.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank? 14 years. That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rowe's the man.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rowe's the man.
I heard him the first time. For any cooling need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rowe's the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Sprint knows all families are different. Some have a mom, dad, grandma, and twins, while others have 4 dogs, 3 teenagers, and 2 moms. There are lots of types of families, but only one family plan that's perfect for everyone. Sprint's Family Share Pack. For just $100 a month, the whole family gets 20 gigs of high-speed data to share, plus unlimited talk and text for everyone. Unlike T-Mobile, Verizon, or AT&T's 10-gig family plans, Sprint's Family Share Pack offers double the data. It's the best family plan out there among national carriers. The Sprint Family Share Pack. $100 a month, 20 gigs of high-speed data to share, up to 5 lines, plus unlimited talk and text for everyone. Ready to switch but stuck with your carrier? Not anymore. Sprint will pay off your old phone and contract so you can switch. It's that easy. Visit us online or at a Sprint store today.
After 9/30/16, pay an additional $15 a month per line. Offer coverage not available everywhere or for discounted phones. Excludes taxes, surcharges, roaming, international, and premium content. Subject to new line activation, $36 activation fee. Credit valid port in. High speed is 3G, 4G. Prohibited network use rules and throughput reduction applies. Streaming video speeds limited to 3G. Contract buyout via reward card requires online registration and phone turn-in. Restrictions apply. See Sprint.com for details. Other marks are property of the respective owners.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
These numbers are staggering. I mean, Bernie Sanders, he's packing them in. He had 10,000 people come see him in Madison, Wisconsin, 2,500 in Council Bluffs, Iowa, which is pretty big for a small town, a big turnout, and 7,500 this week in Portland, Maine.
Yeah, it's the
his stock is rising.
Well, it's the novelty of his candidacy and the exhaustion with Clinton, the Hillary fatigue, probably some of it, and for those events, I mean, just as kind of a public health, a public health opportunity, I would say. I would get the CDC out there to kind of line them up like Shawshank and delouse everybody and, and throw a bucket of water on them and then give them some new clothes.
Oh,
because this
you
is
think
all
they're
these
stinky?
This is like socialist hippies and hipsters and goofballs, like Bernie Sanders.
Well, people came from the Dead concert, then went to go see him in
Yeah,
Iowa.
the ones who didn't fly back to Mountain View on their private jets. Yeah, exactly. Give me a break. So Bernie Sanders, we're going to do equal time here because Bernie Sanders is in striking distance in both Iowa and New Hampshire. And he was on with Jake Tapper. He did his own interview. It was a little bit more hard-hitting than the gab fest Hillary Clinton did on CNN yesterday. But Bernie Sanders was on with Jake Tapper on CNN talking about guns because, he's from Vermont where there's virtually no regulation on guns. And is Bernie Sanders enough of a gun banner to properly represent the Democrat Party? That's essentially the question.
I come from a state that has virtually no gun control. But the people of my state understand, I think pretty clearly, that guns in Vermont are not the same thing as guns in Chicago or guns in Los Angeles. In our state, guns are used for hunting. In Chicago, they're used for kids in gangs killing other kids or people shooting at police officers, shooting down innocent people. We need a sensible debate about gun control which overcomes the cultural divide that exists in this country. And I think I can play an important role in this.
You know what I just heard? You know what I heard?
What did you just hear, Dan?
I heard racism.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I heard the truth.
Oh, no. No. Well, is the truth racist? Because I heard racism. Wait a second. Why are white people, because, not a big black population in Vermont, why are white people with guns in Vermont different than disproportionately black and brown people with guns in Chicago or L.A.? Wait a second. Are we saying that black and brown people in the inner cities who have guns, they're criminals? That is necessarily going to lead to violence? That's Bernie Sanders. That's racism, buddy.
No.
I don't know how. I don't know. You can cut it any way you want.
Dan, do you think it's going to affect his campaign?
What? This instead of talking about particular pieces of legislation, as Jake Tapper went on to talk about, and Bernie Sanders' voting record. What about that? Why are guns in the hands of white people in Vermont different than in the hands of black or brown people in Chicago? I want an answer.
The white people in Vermont are using weapons to hunt with, not to kill other people and not to bully others, and they're not gang members.
So all black and brown
do I
people,
sound racist?
all black and brown people with guns are gangbangers. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's the way it could be interpreted, maybe, possibly.
Yeah. Well, I hope our African-American, Latino friends, others that live in urban cities that are law-abiding, which happens to be the overwhelming majority of residents of the south side and the west side of Chicago, just to use a couple of regions, I hope they're hearing this. White people in Vermont, they know how to handle guns. You don't know how to handle guns. You're just a bunch of criminals and gangbangers. That's what socialist Bernie Sanders says. You tell me that is not a dog whistle, Larry O'Donnell. Huh? By the way, here's another question. I wonder what former CNN anchor Lynn Russell would have to say to Bernie Sanders. You've heard the story about Lynn Russell, right?
Yes, I have.
So
Good for her.
she and her husband driving across country last month. They stop in a motel in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
A lot of people do that.
Okay.
No, if you're driving across country, you stop in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Get yourself a nice hotel room.
Right, and go see Walter White and get yourself a pound or two of crystal meth. Repeat felon Tamaria Walton accosted Russell as she opened her motel room about 11:30 at night, dragged her back into the room, demanding she surrender valuables. Her husband was in the shower. He managed to jump out and shoot the assailant dead. Her husband, whose name is Chuck DeCaro.
He's also a reporter.
Okay. Yeah. He was himself shot 3 times, and he's recovering from his injuries. He said, I was determined to save my dream girl's life, even if it cost me my own. Oh. Boy, talk about
chivalry is
old
not
school.
Dead, folks.
Yeah. This is what they go on to say, Russell and DeCaro, 2 members of the press. This is Lynn Russell.
Is great. Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to carry, please don't. Then shut the F up about it. Make your own decisions. Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. Well, and she went on to say that the government should spend less time arguing about gun control and more time regulating those who can't obtain guns.
Socialist idiot Bernie Sanders. George and Will County, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan, I love you. I really do.
Thank you.
On this one, you're off a little bit, bro.
Okay.
Look, in Chicago, Atlanta, Boston, again, Boston just had 4 people shot and killed on the street. Just that because there's a lack of education. Most of the folks in Vermont is receiving a different education than most blacks or African American or people of color, whatever the hell term we're using now, to actually receive in these public school systems. When I grew up in school, there was Boy Scouts. We also learned how to actually shoot in school. All of that education has been removed.
Well, George, you have a good point there, but let me ask you this. I mean,
he didn't say all black people. He didn't say
he didn't even say word white.
No, he didn't. But I mean, when he's talking about Chicago and L.A. and he's talking about urban centers, who are we talking about? We're talking about disproportionate minorities, aren't we?
We're not talking about just disproportionate minorities. We're only talking about those. Every minority is not disproportionate. Let's be real about that. So to say that here, I'm pro Second Amendment. There's no way they'll have to pry it from my cold dead hand.
Well, right.
But there's nowhere in the world you're going to get me to say that every person in the city of Chicago deserves a gun.
Well, I'm not.
Everybody in the city of Chicago will actually exercise the right the proper way.
George, I got to jump, George. I appreciate the call, and I agree with you. But Bernie Sanders is painting with a very broad brush. And, you know, you're right about the education in Chicago and some of these urban centers, but people aren't being raised to know that you don't shoot other people? I don't know. I still think it's a bit of racism from Bernie, and I think you should be called out on it.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Life is unpredictable, business is tough, and maybe you find yourself in a difficult place you never thought you'd be. I'm attorney David Radowitz, and let me tell you 3 things I know. 1, you're the same hardworking, creative person who was on your way to the top of the world not too long ago. 2, you're still on your way up. You haven't fallen down, you just hit a ditch in the road. And 3, I know how to get you out of that ditch. My team of professionals understand foreclosure, bankruptcy, business reorganizations, and credit consolidations. We've done it all, and we can help you too. If you haven't given up on your goals, but you need a little help getting over the rough spots, call me, attorney David Radowitz at the Radowitz Law Group. When times are good, everyone wants to help because anyone can. When times are tough, you need one tough lawyer, and that's where you'll find me at onetoughLawyer.com. That's the number 1, toughLawyer.com, or call 630-757-4040. That's the number 1, toughLawyer.com, or 630-757-4040.
It's the 10th anniversary of Rockin' for the Troops, presented by Operation Support Our Troops America, and it's happening on Saturday, July 18th at Cantini Park in Wheaton. And once again, the headline act is Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band. Other acts include The Voices, the Chicago Blues All-Stars, and Maggie Speaks. It's a full day of music, food, and family fun, all to benefit a great organization that serves our military men and women and their families. Gates open at noon on July 18th, and there's a free shuttle available for off-site parking. Now, if you haven't been to Rockin' for the Troops before, then you know that you need, if you have been to Rockin' for the Troops before, you know what a great event it is. If you have never been to Rockin' for the Troops, you need to know that you need to get your tickets today. Tickets are just $25 and are available at Jewel Osco stores in Bolingbrook, Naperville, Wheaton, Elmhurst, West Chicago, Downers Grove, Orland Park, Batavia, Carroll Stream, and St. Charles. Or you could simply go to 560theanswer.com, search for the keyword troops. That's 560theanswer.com, keyword troops.
AM 560, The Answer.
Nice. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The GOP goes after sanctuary cities, and Donald Trump gets some support from a family victimized by an illegal immigrant in this country.
And speaking of victims, family members, guess how much money our government gave the Charleston, South Carolina shooting victims? We'll have the numbers. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. San Francisco authorities are working to learn more about the gun an undocumented immigrant admitted he used to kill a woman at a popular waterfront pier. Investigators are trying to confirm reports the gun belongs to a Federal Bureau of Land Management worker. Sources telling KGO Television in San Francisco the weapon might have been stolen recently. Meantime, Senator Jeff Stone's legislation in California would now require all California cities and counties to maintain custody of illegal immigrants facing prosecution.
When they have a criminal that has a felonious background that is not a naturalized citizen in this country, it's going to require them to contact the federal government, namely ICE, to let them know that this felon is in their possession.
Sanchez is accused in the death of Kate Steinle while she was walking with her father on Pier 14 in San Francisco last week. South Carolina House takes up a bill to remove the Confederate battle flag from the State House grounds in Columbia. The state Senate approved that bill yesterday on a 36-3 vote. Kansas Governor Sam Brownback moving to protect opponents of same-sex marriage. An executive order Brownback issued yesterday prevents state government from taking any discriminatory action against clergy or religious organizations that refuse services to couples based on belief that marriage should be between one man and one woman. Hillary Clinton says all of the Republican candidates are on a spectrum of hostility when it comes to immigration. Clinton weighing in on the fatal shooting of a San Francisco woman by a Mexican repeat felon in the country illegally who was shielded from deportation by San Francisco's sanctuary city policies.
I think the city made a mistake. The city made a mistake not to deport someone that the federal government strongly felt should be deported.
Clinton speaking to CNN in her first major interview since announcing a White House run. Two candidates will be battling it out to see who replaces former U.S. Representative Aaron Schock. Republican State Senator Darren LaHood was a runaway winner in yesterday's Republican primary, the Democrat winner, Rob Mellon. Drew Peterson will have to wait even longer to find out if he will be found guilty of charges that he plotted to kill a local prosecutor involved in his murder trial. He's currently serving a 38-year sentence for the murder of his third wife, Kathleen Savio. That trial's now been moved to November 13th. Chicago sports, Toronto over the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from St. Louis. And the news a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable members. Providing sponsorship for the elderly is just one way Unbound is different. Learn more at unbound.org. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's become a summer tradition. And on July 18th, the tradition continues. It's Rockin' for the Troops 2015 with Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band.
Let's rock for the troops tonight, right? Are we rocking for the troops?
At Cantini Park in Wheaton.
Everybody clap your hands, come on!
Get your tickets before they're gone. Stop by Jewel Osco stores in Wheaton, Naperville, or Bolingbrook, or visit 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword Rockin'. Sponsored in part by MJ Miller.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or galaxyhome.com.
Today on fleaspray.com, you will learn why new Nomo Flea and Tick Spray is totally safe for dogs, cats, puppies, kittens, kids, babies crawling on the carpet, and even you. New Nomo Flea and Tick Spray kills fleas and ticks with no poison. So as of today, you can stop using poison powders, poison collars, or poison foggers. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. New Nomo Flea is made from vegetable oil. Nomo Flea dissolves the hard shell of a flea or tick on contact, so the moist insides of that flea or tick just dry up. Nomo Flea instantly. No more ticks soon thereafter. Best of all, no more poison ever. Before your beloved pet ventures out in the backyard again, order a 30 or 60-day supply of new Nomo Flea. Do it today at fleaspray.com, fleaspray.com. FLEASPRAY.com.
6:36. Let's get an update on the roads at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Golfers in Oak Brook got a little scared this morning. Willowcrest Golf Course, Cass Avenue was closed at 35th. An SUV went off the road and into a tree right on the golf course. 394 southbound, there is a jackknife semi at Glenwood Lansing Road, but it's off to the right shoulder. Edens runs 20 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Kennedy, 23 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Mannheim to Harlem, 38 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33. The Stevenson is 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to the Loop. I-57, got a 5-minute delay starting before 111th. Bishop Ford, about a 6-minute delay starting at 115th. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic service of a Spot Hero. For an easier commute, download Spot Hero. Spot Hero helps you score discounted parking all over the city. Download the Spot Hero app and get $10 in free parking credit with promo code RADIO560. That's Spot Hero, radio promo code RADIO560. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte at AM 560 The Answer.
Wonder what the driver has to put down on the card for that hole. At least an 8, maybe more. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Sunshine will give way to clouds. Cool, high 66. Occasional rain, 60 overnight. Clouds and sun, 74 tomorrow. 54 at O'Hare, 59 along the lakefront. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Text from 708, one of our Trump fans. Hey, Dan, I notice you're not calling Mr. Trump a clown anymore. Interesting. I'm sorry. Mr. Trump is a clown. There. I hope I set the record straight. He is a buffoon. He is a sideshow. He is disruptive of the Republican primary with a lot of talented, capable people. He is not a serious candidate for president. I don't take him seriously as a candidate for president. I cannot be any more specific and pronounced and adamant about Sideshow Donald. So I hope I could clarify that. Just because he said some stuff about illegal immigration, and now we have this case in San Francisco and so many other cases as we've had over the years. This is just the latest profile case. It's like the murder du jour in Chicago. You know, we just revisit the same issue over and over again because we have an abrogation of duty by public officials. But it doesn't make Trump the spokesman on this issue. In fact, a lot of Republican candidates and a lot of Republican legislators have said the same things much more artfully, much more thoughtfully than Donald Trump. And they're actually advancing policy, like Duncan Hunter, the congressman from California, who's advancing legislation now to undo these sanctuary city designations that are extra legal, as the president of the United States might say.
Right. But Donald Trump, I mean, he's using the San Francisco shooting to ignite the immigration debate to say, I got you. You know, I'm sorry it happened, but here's a great graphic example of what I'm talking about. They're coming over to kill us. They're rapists. They're murderers. And even Hillary Clinton yesterday, she sounded off saying, you know, the Republicans should try and distance themselves more from Donald Trump, because he's so crazy.
I'm very disappointed in those comments, and I feel very bad and very disappointed with him and with the Republican Party for not responding immediately and saying enough, stop it.
But they have, though.
Well, first of all, let's address who is making this point. Hillary Clinton, did she return Donald Trump's campaign contributions to her?
No, she did not.
Because, you know, Donald Trump, good Republican, he spends a lot of money on Democrats. I know, it's just business. It's just doing business. I hear that a lot.
He's donated money to Clinton Foundation, too.
I don't buy it. Yeah, Hillary, the Clinton Foundation, Rahm. Yeah, good Republican. But Hillary Clinton, who is now denouncing the sanctuary city status of San Francisco, as is Senator Di-Fi and Senator Boxer, you know, because they understand the exposure they have on this issue because they're proponents of sanctuary city. Hillary Clinton is out there as a candidate for president saying that President Obama's executive amnesty doesn't go far enough, and she turns around and is going to be critical of anybody on this issue, and she's going to pretend like she opposes the policy that was in place in San Francisco and so many other liberally governed regions of the country, like,
Such
say,
as,
Chicago.
Well, Cook County, Illinois.
Yes.
All of Cook County.
Both. Right. Both done by the separate units of government. Yes, that's a big problem. Here's another big problem. More than 347,000 convicted criminals at large in the United States. This is an AP story. According to a March 2nd, 2015 ICE Weekly Departures and Detention Report obtained by the Center for Immigration Studies, there were 168,680 convicted criminal immigrants who had final orders of removal but who remained at large in the U.S. Another 179,000 convicted criminal immigrants with deportation cases pending also remained at large. So ICE has enough information and enough wherewithal to track the number of convicted criminals with pending deportation cases and convicted criminals who had final orders of deportation. But the President of the United States and his party that said they are focused on, so a violent criminal, they should be deported 5-6 times if necessary, apparently, and they shouldn't be allowed back in this country. Well, how do we have 347,000 convicted criminal immigrants at large then, if that's your priority? They're not serious about it.
Well, sanctuary cities, I mean, they need to go away. They need to take immediate action against, further tragedies and join the new federal program aimed at deporting dangerous criminal aliens. They need to do it today. I don't know how many more people have to die, how many more families have to suffer before the politicians wake up and say, you know what, maybe we should take this off the table.
And unfortunately, the loudest voice, the most incendiary voice often gets the most attention. And that's the case with Donald Trump. And so you have this interesting story in the Daily Mail. Anita Shaw, an Army sergeant who was alleged. Wait, I'm sorry. Here, Anita Shaw, whose 17-year-old boy Jamel was murdered by a gang member in Los Angeles. A gang member named Pedro Espinoza says she is angry at the current immigration policy. It makes me sad. It makes me angry. It makes me frustrated. And this guy who's running for President Donald Trump, he's trying to do something, and they're trying to shut him down. Her son murdered. He was murdered in 2008 by a gang member who should not have been in this country. So we have had these cases over and over again. We've talked about the numbers that are government numbers. We've talked about the incidents that are law enforcement cases pending or closed. And what do we hear from Hillary Clinton? We hear criticism of trying to point the finger at Republicans for policies she supports, and then, criticism generally, making political points against Trump and also against Jeb Bush.
Well, he doesn't believe in a path to citizenship. If he did it one time, he no longer does. And so pretty much they're, as I said, they're on a spectrum of hostility.
Right.
Well, and she wanted
Republicans
to say,
are hostile.
Yeah. No, she said that. She said, the GOP candidate's stance on immigration is wrong. If a Republican is put in the White House, it will be a huge U-turn for our country in regards to immigration. But she didn't say anything more like how it's going to be a huge U-turn, but she was just trying to bash the Republicans while she had the chance.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a U-turn because we're not going to have sanctuary cities, and we're going to deport convicted criminal aliens, and we're going to get a little bit more serious, and frankly, and just even people that are overstaying their visas and the like. This is a point Marco Rubio and so many others have made, that we're either going to get serious about this and abide government's number one responsibility at every level, which is to provide for the physical security of your constituents. We're either going to get serious about that or we're not. Hillary Clinton is not serious about that. And the fact that she had, again, the CNN gab fest that she had, the fact that she can make a statement about San Francisco's sanctuary city status and decry it when she is in the next breath talking about open borders, essentially. Obama's executive amnesty doesn't go far enough, I repeat myself, is incredible to me, and it goes unchallenged. Well, and that's probably why she picked this interview, and it's probably why she'll only do one interview every 90 days. Ralph in Frankfurt, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. The latest statistics I heard, straight from the government, as a matter of fact, not just some crazy right-wing think tank, is that almost a third of the inmates in our prison system, I think that 27% are illegal immigrants and Hispanics specifically. So why not let them do something useful? Put them to work on the south border and have them build that wall.
There you go. Thanks for the call, Ralph. And this story out of Minnesota, 3 men accused of trying to leave Minnesota to join the Islamic State group have not renounced the group's violent ideology. And proposals for their pretrial release won't adequately protect the community or guarantee they'll show up in court. Prosecutors said in a court filing.
They released them
on Tuesday. No, the prosecutor said no, we're not going to release you.
Good.
Or but they were moving for release. And if it was up to Hillary Clinton, they would have been released. This is a part of the Somali community, a significant Somali community in Minnesota, and you have these individuals living in Minnesota, Americans of Somali descent, among 7 people recently charged with plotting to join the terror group terror group in Syria. So, I mean, again, we're going to get serious about this or not. It's not just about people coming from the southern border. It's not just about persons of Mexican descent. It's seriousness across the spectrum about protecting, providing for the physical security of Americans. Go to Steve in Indianapolis here on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan. I mean, listen, you guys are banging your head needlessly against the wall. The government itself sent guns across the border, brought them back through Fast and Furious, got one of their own agents on the front line killed, and nothing has come of that. When you let your own person on the front line get killed, you care nothing, and even less about the citizens standing behind them that they were supposed to protect to begin with. People are worried about the transformation of America that Obama brings. Brother, we're in the transformation, and the bureaucrats are only worried about their place in the pecking order right now. They could care less about our issues, and that's just too evident.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Bill in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, the GOP is not serious about border security. Without border security, the guy was deported 5 times. What's good is it to deport? They commit a crime and we deport them. They should go to prison. You should set up camps in New Mexico, where illegal alien prisons, where when they commit a crime in the United States, they stay there and they do 10, 15, 20 years, then deport them when they're old. You know what? They say, we cannot secure the border. The DMZ is secure.
Yeah, thanks for the call,
that
Bill.
would be a big burden on taxpayers, though. But do what Sheriff Joe Arpaio does. I mentioned this yesterday. He separates the American citizen criminals from the illegals. And they're not all from Mexico. Some are Russian, some are Polish, but he keeps them in one spot so they don't get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, if only he could get some cooperation from ICE. Sean in Elmwood Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
See, here's the problem. I'm going to help you with this because you're turning me into a Trump advocate, and I'm really not. But here's the appeal of Trump. He has made his life out of solving problems, whether you like him or hate him, getting things done. See, to me, the joke is Jeb Bush, Lindsey Graham, Huckabee, and Mitt Romney. These are sons of senators and governors and presidents and politicians who do nothing their whole life except receive payoffs from lobbyists and tell me how good they are at something.
What about Ted Cruz or Scott Walker?
That's why listen, I love Ted Cruz. I love Carly Fiorina. I want somebody who has spent some part of their life accomplishing real things. These politicians live in a bubble. They have no idea what real people go through. They are born into oligarchies, and they take that ball and turn things into a kleptocracy. Here, I'll give you another example. Today, that slippery, slimy scumbag Tony Resco gets out, the friend of our dear president. Let's make the usual bet, Mortimer. I will bet you $1 that within 6 months he's playing pinochle with Alexi Julius, whatever the Greek waiter's name is,
Ali G.
from North Shore Country Club, living large. Because that's the reality of our political climate. They protect and insulate each other. I love or hate him, he gets things done in the real world, and that's why he must be taken seriously.
Thanks for the call, Sean.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy skies right now. We will have some sunshine by this afternoon. It's very cool, unseasonably cool, 66 degrees. Our average high this time of year is 84. Let's see where the cars are. Here's Jim Telemonte with travel times.
Thanks, Amy. Right now, not too bad for the most part. The Edens is 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 22. The Kennedy, 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. Inbound Ike with delays from Mannheim to Harlem, 38 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33. The Stevenson, about 39 either way between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive are now seeing delays from the Stevenson to Jackson. Street closures downtown for Taste of Chicago, which opens later this morning. The tollways right now have mild delays, but nothing too bad just yet. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Talks between Greece and its creditors, minutes from the Fed's June meeting, and the latest on crude oil. Those stories next.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing during the decline in the U.S. economy, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or put it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-651-0074. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and can't afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-651-0074 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, pension, savings, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 1-800-651-0074 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 1-800-651-0074.
Negotiations between Greece and its European creditors continue to be a driving force in the markets. The president of the European Union Council saying Greece's final deadline for a bailout is this week. Greece yesterday submitted a short-term proposal that would help the country's floundering financial system through the end of the month. Wall Street investors also looking forward to combing through the minutes of the Fed's June policy meeting. The crude oil market in focus, investors reacting to developments regarding nuclear negotiations with Iran and the latest report on crude oil inventories. Alcoa unofficially begins the earnings season with its quarterly results due after the closing bell. Join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
People say puffiness and bags under the eyes are the hardest thing to get rid of until now. Introducing Genucell stem cell therapy from Chamonix, especially targeting eye puffiness and bags. I've started using it about 3 months ago, and I love it. It's new technology. Genucell is an incredibly powerful, all-natural serum with its instant effects is guaranteed to show results in as little as 12 hours or your money back. That's right. Users saw results in as little as 12 hours with dramatic improvement in 2 weeks. A true Chamonix classic, Genucell contains 8 ingredients to significantly reduce the appearance of bags and puffiness. Plus, Genucell uses patented plant stem cell technology, actually the cells from a Swiss apple, to improve longevity and brilliant long-term results. So call right now to try Genucell risk-free. 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. And say goodbye to puffiness and bags. Call in the next 20 minutes and get the legendary Esotique face cream absolutely free just for trying Genucell today. Chamonix, the best skincare, best results, or your money back. No questions asked. 800-525-8323.
I can tolerate a lot of things. I tolerate the annoying way my son-in-law Tom says schedule. I tolerate my buddy's weird snort laugh. I even tolerate my neighbor who hasn't returned my tools. I'm looking at you, Mike. I can see my wrench from here. But as I've gotten older, the one thing I can't tolerate is risk surrounding my retirement. I'm not about to risk missing out on the things I've always wanted to do, or worse yet, risk having to go back to work. I need to do everything I can to make sure that my financial plan stays the course. I won't tolerate anything less than that.
At the Mutual Fund Store, we understand that every investor is unique and has different levels of risk they can tolerate. Let us help you find an investing strategy that fits your needs and comfort level. Schedule a free portfolio review with us today.
Hi, I'm Doug Bash with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3.
Bosch Power Tools are rugged, reliable, and packed with innovation to help you get the job done right. Every day, every job. But pros like you can be tough on their tools. So, when it comes time for service, the Bosch Factory Service Center in nearby Addison is ready to get you back on the job fast. We carry genuine Bosch parts and have factory-trained technicians who can restore your Bosch power tool to peak performance. Over 90% of these repairs are done in 24 hours or less. Why not find out for yourself? During the month of July, bring your Bosch power tool to the Factory Service Center in Addison for maintenance or repair. Mention you heard this on AM 560 The Answer, and you'll get a free Bosch bit or blade to try out. You can call 1-877-BOSCH-99 or visit BoschTools.com and click the service tab to find the hours and address. 877-BOSCH-99 or visit BoschTools.com.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group. A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Fresh off his big special election victory, State Senator and soon-to-be Congressman Darren LaHood joins us at 7:07.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we're watching for you today. A judge rules state workers cannot receive full pay. Meantime, a federal judge orders funding of some Illinois child protection services without a budget in place. Drew Peterson's trial has been delayed, and there is sunshine in your forecast, giving way to cloudy and cool conditions. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. The gun used to shoot and kill a woman walking along a San Francisco pier last week was stolen from a federal agent last month. The accused shooter, an illegal immigrant Juan Francisco Lopez Sanchez, has pleaded not guilty, claiming he found the pistol and it went off by mistake.
Lopez Sanchez had been deported from the U.S. multiple times over the years. He has a lengthy criminal record, mostly of drug offenses. He was in San Francisco apparently on a 20-year-old marijuana warrant. When the case was discharged, the sheriff released him, per what he said was city policy, even though immigration officials had asked that he be held.
Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. That's created a big debate over sanctuary cities. Republicans oppose them. Democratic presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton's in favor, but says in this case,
I think the city made a mistake. The city made a mistake not to deport someone that the federal government strongly felt should be deported.
Clinton also tells CNN she broke no rules or laws when she controversially used private email while Secretary of State. Police in Baltimore are looking for two killers after a shooting late last night near the University of Maryland's Baltimore campus that left 3 people dead and a 4th wounded. Students are told to use caution in that area. Greece needs money, so it started the ball rolling to try to work out a new European bailout deal. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in Athens.
Dave, Greece requesting a rescue deal from Europe's bailout fund. The next step is to lay down how the government here in Athens plans to reform the Greek economy. European leaders say they want to hear that by the end of tomorrow. If that plan is enough to convince the rest of the Eurozone, Greece will secure a new bailout, perhaps worth $65 billion. But right now, there are big differences between the two sides. European officials now talking publicly about Greece potentially leaving the euro currency. Dave?
Simon, worry about a continuous and huge sell-off in China's stock market as futures down pretty big on Wall Street this morning. Bill Cosby's been forced out of Walt Disney World. His bronze statue removed from the Hollywood Studios park over his sex scandal and admission in a court a decade ago he aimed to drug women to have sex with him. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 57 degrees. It is 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A former top fundraiser for imprisoned former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich has been released from prison, transferred to a halfway house. Tony Rezko was convicted in 2008 in a plot to squeeze more than $7 million from companies that wanted to do state business during the Blagojevich tenure. The Illinois House scheduled to take another run at a one-month state spending plan when lawmakers return to Springfield. A committee hearing is set for later today on legislation that would approve spending $2.3 billion to get the state through July. It faces an uncertain future in the Senate and likely a governor's veto. Meantime, state workers will only be paid minimum wage for the time being, if they're paid at all. Cook County judge ruled yesterday the Illinois Constitution only allows state employees to receive the federal minimum wage since lawmakers have not approved a state budget. Spokesperson for the Attorney General's office, Natalie Luce, says the ruling follows what the law allows.
Of course, Attorney General Madigan and our office absolutely want state employees to be paid. We also want to make sure that it's done in a constitutional and legally appropriate manner.
Comptroller Leslie Munger argues her office would not be able to process the change to payrolls in time. In her office, the governor's administration and union leaders say they're going to appeal that ruling. Flooding is causing a large amount of damage, but not in many areas of the state, mostly in urban areas of the state, according to the DNR, releasing a report showing flooding has caused more than $2.3 billion worth of damage to property in urban areas. From 2007 to 2014, the main culprit, according to the DNR, old sewer systems. Chicago sports, Toronto over the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from St. Louis 7-4 and 5-3. The news service of Spot Hero. For an easier commute, download Spot Hero. Spot Hero helps you score discounted parking all over the city. Download the Spot Hero app and get $10 in free parking credit with promo code Radio560. That's Spot Hero with promo code Radio560. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Money. It affects every part of your life. Whether it's saving for college for your kids, saving for retirement for yourself, or just finding a way to get out of debt. But do you really have a strategy to make the most of your money?
Someone tell people this is going to happen. It's called life.
Listen to the Dave Ramsey Show to learn practical tools for managing and growing your money.
You have to think.
Tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. Switch to SquareTrade Phone Protection instead and start saving hundreds of dollars. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month. Plus, up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade Phone Protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade.
7:05 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And Oakbrook Cass is closed at 35th with a crash. An SUV went into a tree right at the Willowcrest Golf Course. Eden's inbound, 20 minutes. Like Cook to Montrose outbound 22. The Kennedy runs 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, a little quicker in the Express. Outbound 27 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound Eisenhower, 39 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 35. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. The Ryan is 23 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, just a little heavy at the merge. Bishop Ford with just a 1-minute delay. Northbound Lakeshore Drive is now bottled up from the Stevenson to Jackson, with street closures around Grant Park for Taste of Chicago. It starts later this morning. Northbound Tri-State slow 95th to 87th, LaGrange Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways at this point have just mild delays. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Some sun giving way to clouds today with a high 66, then occasional rain tonight with a low 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow, high 74, then partly cloudy skies for tomorrow night with a low of 60. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
56 at O'Hare. Next news 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist, whose goal is to protect, preserve, and grow your wealth. Saturday mornings at 7.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The FBI raids the Indiana home of Subway celebrity pitchman Jared Fogle. Known as the Subway Guy, the sandwich chain announced today that its relationship with Fogle has been suspended.
Reaction is pouring in after that eyebrow-raising admission by Bill Cosby, a deposition now public in which Cosby said he obtained powerful drugs with the intention of giving them to women he wanted to be with.
Would you vote for someone that you don't trust?
Well, people should and do trust me, and I have every confidence that that will be the outcome of this election.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson? Good morning, Amy.
Do you want me to read the headline?
Well, I just want to make this point first.
Yes.
You question the power of my personal endorsement, personal endorsement of candidates
I didn't question
No, you
it.
did. You looked at me askance when I suggested that I, as an American citizen, Dan Proft, representing only myself, I endorsed Darren LaHood in the congressional race down there, the special election to replace Aaron Schock. You questioned it. You thought, that doesn't mean anything. And I'll have you note, Darren LaHood came in with about 70% of the vote last night.
A power of Proft. I'm going to hashtag it.
I mean, it was mostly due to me.
Of course it was.
I'm sure Senator LaHood will say that when he joins us. But this silly headline in the Tribune.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, said LaHood may replace Schock. Son of former Obama official is GOP choice.
It's so insulting, and it's typical of the Tribune editorializing like that in the headline, even not to mention their quote unquote news stories. This is one of these things. Darren LaHood, I don't know. He's like 45 years old. He's a former federal prosecutor. He's a state senator.
He's his own man.
Correct. This idea that you and your family members are in lockstep with one another was President Ronald Reagan, and Ron Reagan Jr. Were they on the same ideological page? Not exactly. And so I'm not sure that I'm sure Darren LaHood loves his father, but it doesn't mean that they agree on every issue. It's possible to be your own man. I don't know why this is so difficult for the media to understand, and frankly, some of the conservative grassroots too. And the recent victor, Senator Darren LaHood, joins us now. Darren, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Hey, Dan and Amy. Thank you very much for having me on. Great to be with you and your listeners.
I know you still have a general election. You've got a Democrat opponent, but this is a heavily Republican district in Central Illinois. So for the sake of this discussion, let's just say that you managed to make your way through the general election now and you become a congressman. It seems to me that Aaron, and this is my opinion, you don't have to agree with it, but in Aaron Schock, I think the opinion internally within the Republican Party was you had a bit of a show horse. And I think maybe the Republican Party in this state in particular is looking for more workhorses. Is that the approach you're going to take as a member of Congress, head down and trying to work through all of these issues that exist at the federal level?
Well, I'd say absolutely, Dan. And particularly in the primary race here, there was a lot of spotlight on this race with the allegations that happened with Schock. And, I talked a lot about staying grounded to the district you represent. And in the 4.5 years I've spent in Springfield, I've driven home every single night. I've spent one night in Springfield in 4.5 years. I think you got to remember who you work for, that you work for the taxpayers, and you got to stay grounded. And, right now there's such a disconnect between what goes on in Washington, D.C. and, politicians and the real world, which is the Midwest. And, I think we've talked an awful lot about that, and I'm going to continue to talk about that. I think that's important for people to understand and realize. And also that, the real work is done in legislating and representing your constituency and being home every weekend and being, embedded in your community. I coach my sons in basketball for the last 7 years, and in some ways I think that's more important than some of the other stuff that goes on in D.C.
Now, were you ever concerned when you had such, high-profile politicians, senators, Ted Cruz, who were endorsing your conservative challenger, Michael Flynn?
You know what? I was never worried when everybody that was endorsing my opponent was from outside of the state. The people that knew me best and know Illinois politics and actually vote in the state all endorsed me and appreciated the endorsement from none other than Dan Proft early on.
Yes.
That was big.
Huge. That was a huge get for you.
Yes, it was. But, the bottom line was all of the conservatives in the state.
What the? Oh, okay. All right. We have technical difficulty of some sort. Hold on a second. We will effort Darren LaHood right back. I think that was I assume it was my bad. I don't know.
Wait, are you admitting you made a mistake? Because if you are, I'm going to write it down. The time is 7:13 a.m. on July 8th. Dan Proft pressed the wrong button and made a mistake. It's okay. You're human.
I make mistakes all the time. I wanted to end on a high note, though, with him regaling the audience with the importance of my endorsement. All right, Senator LaHood back on the line. Darren, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Especially when you were saying such nice things about my endorsement. I mean, I can't even, I can't stand it. So anyway, you were just talking about the kind of the out of district support that your main primary opponent had versus the in district support that you received. Clearly, by the vote totals, that seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, definitely. And we worked very hard. We didn't take anything for granted. We earned every vote. It was a low turnout election, but all these races are really won on the ground and grassroots. And, talked about my record as a state and federal prosecutor for 10 years, my record in the state Senate for 4.5 years. I've helped a lot of Republican candidates, a lot of conservative Republican candidates all over the district. And in the end, it paid off, and the people spoke last night.
You represent a district that's got an interesting mix of kind of mid-sized urban centers like Peoria, Springfield, Bloomington, as well as rural areas. So give us a little insight into what your policy agenda is going to be if and when you go to D.C.
Well, I think, we have to get the economy going again. I mean, 2% growth is not adequate. How do we get up to 3 or 4% growth in the economy and focusing on that? It seems like many businesses, whether you're Caterpillar or you're a small or medium-sized business, they want to grow and expand, but they're worried about the next, quote, Obamacare legislation that's going to come down on them, or the next regulation or the next thing from D.C., and that causes, a lot of contraction, I guess, of these companies. And, how we get the economy rolling is important. We're not going to grow the economy with more government spending. We have to do it in the private sector. And I think focusing on that is important. I think the second thing is agriculture is the number one industry in the state. It's the number one industry in this district. I think this is the 17th largest ag district. So, how do we let farmers do what they do best and keep the federal government out of their lives is an important part of whoever takes this next job as a member of Congress. And I've talked an awful lot about that. The EPA continually wants to regulate and kind of put roadblocks up for farmers. And those are a couple things I've talked a lot about in the race.
One of my favorite stats, actually, is that every Illinois farmer feeds 152 people, something, we can be proud of. We literally feed the world.
Yep, absolutely. It's a huge part of our economy and downstate, and we'll be working hard and talking about that in this race.
Now, besides agriculture, manufacturing, we need to bring it back. How could you do that, say, for cities such as Galesburg, Illinois, which has suffered so greatly from businesses shutting down?
Well, I represent Galesburg in the state Senate right now, and actually Galesburg has had a real spike in growth here. BNSF is their second largest yard is in Galesburg right now. They've added about 200 good-paying jobs in the last year and a half here, and part of it is we've done some infrastructure projects there, some what I call private-public infrastructure railroad projects, and it's worked well where we've brought in taxpayer-funded transportation projects that's created private sector jobs. And, we've had the CEO of BNSF there like 4 times. They want to make it even larger there. And the rail industry is doing well right now. So, things like that, I think you got to look at, from a federal perspective. If you're going to spend taxpayer money, how is that going to grow the private sector? And I think Galesburg's a good example of how we've done that, and we got to continue to do it. There's no doubt.
An issue that has spiked with this terrible murder of this young woman in San Francisco is people that are in this country illegally and have committed violent crimes, have been deported multiple times, and they keep coming back, and violent criminals that are being released on our streets according to government's own documents. How important is quelling illegal immigration and deporting people that are here that are convicted violent felons? Is that going to be something that you look at as a congressman?
Yeah, it definitely came up in this race, and I'm in the unique situation as a federal prosecutor. I've actually prosecuted immigration cases. I've sent people back to their country of origin. And, I've said 2 things. We got to secure the border, first and foremost. And secondly, we got to stand up for the rule of law. And the rule of law means what it says. And too many times we don't do that. And I'm not supportive of amnesty. I'm supportive of standing up for the rule of law. And we don't do that enough in this country. And I think that is an example. The tragic incident in the San Francisco area is an example of that. And, it's a very frustrating issue for people, particularly in my district, illegal immigration. And I think we got to have a stronger voice on that.
He is State Senator and soon-to-be Congressman Darren LaHood from Peoria. Darren, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations again.
Thanks, Dan and Amy. Appreciate it. Take care.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some high clouds right now. It will be cool. That's the big story of the day. If you're just leaving, you might want to grab a jacket because it's only going to be a high of 66 degrees. The average high this time of year is 84. Tomorrow, a little bit better. Partly sunny skies, a high in the mid-70s. Let's get the travel times. It seems like many people are still on vacation, right, Jim?
No doubt about it. Good morning, Amy. It is all clear on the inbound Edens. Just a little heavy approaching the junction, but it's 19 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose, and outbound is 22. The Kennedy, 25 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. Feels like a relative holiday on the Eisenhower, too. 36 minutes Thorndale to downtown, outbound 34. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. The Rhine is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, David cleared up. But northbound Lakeshore Drive has delays from the Stevenson to Jackson, about a 10-minute delay. Streets are closed downtown for Taste of Chicago, which starts later this morning. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Painting is personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting from me. And it's not too late to get on CertaPro's painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for all the summer entertaining. And summer's the perfect time to get the exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation so you come back home renewed and refreshed to a fresh new home with a fresh new coat of paint. CertaPro is the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. CertaPro brings expertise, security, and quality to ensure your complete satisfaction. They have a color specialist on staff. They make it so easy. They come in, move the furniture, paint, clean up, and when they're done painting, they move it all back. It's that simple. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com or call 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
Time for a new grill? Don't make the mistake by grabbing one on sale at the big box store. Go to besthotgrill.com. They make the Solaire infrared grill. These amazing gas grills will heat up to over 1,000 degrees in just 3 minutes to provide professional chef quality performance in your own backyard. Now, Solaire is not for everyone. Solaire is sold only by the finest specialty retailers who recognize Solaire is the only hot, fast grill. If you live in an area without a Solaire dealer, Solaire has a demo program where you can try a mini version of the full-size grill in your own backyard, grilling the foods you like without a salesman looking over your shoulder. It is made with the same design, materials, components, and performance of the big Solaires, but in a size Solaire can easily ship to you. Try before you buy so you'll know firsthand why Solaire is the last grill you'll ever purchase. Learn more about the demo program and these fantastic USA-made grills at besthotgrill.com. That's besthotgrill.com. Solaire Infrared at besthotgrill.com.
Hi, Dr. Kobaba here. Let me give you some details on today's Health Quest special. It's our quick test, a 30-second test to make a quick assessment of your current state of health. We'll test your metabolic engine, your percentage of fat weight, measure your lifespan of your cells, calculate your vitality factor, susceptibility to diseases, conditions, and infections. We'll measure your body's mass index and more. Reserve your quick test appointment today and we'll include, free of charge, your report of findings with me on that very same day. So get your quick test and report of findings with me, and then I'll give you some simple instructions to follow for 30 days to improve your health, and then, well, you'll come back to be retested, and then we'll strategize from there. If you reserve your quick test with us today, well, you're going to get your second one at half the price. That's right. So call our Health Quest Radio hotline, 800-794-1855. Please do it now. That's 800-794-1855. Stay right here. More Health Quest just a bit.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. Interesting piece in Forbes about Daddy's little girl, our little Attorney General, Lisa Madigan, daughter of House Speaker Mike Madigan. Very popular, gets big vote totals, although the vote total last time was substantially down. Her vote total in 2014, she was under 60%. Normally, she's been in the 70s. So maybe some people are getting weary of her. Not nearly enough. She's gotten a pass. And what has she done? It's like talking about Hillary Clinton. I'm sorry, what are Lisa Madigan's accomplishments over the last decade plus 12 years that she's been Attorney General?
Pulled some products off the market that were hurting children, certain cribs, certain recalls. She was leading the way, leading the charge on that.
Yeah, it's inspired stuff. That's
her job, though.
This is, yeah. Her job, as she defined it in 2002 when she ran against Joe Burkett, was to clean up corruption. And how many corrupt public officials has she prosecuted? She
hasn't gotten that on her to-do list.
She was
yet.
the Attorney General during Rod Blagojevich, I believe, and so many others that have gone away from us to spend some vacation time on the wrong side of the bars. But this piece in Forbes, I've been trying to get to all week. This is by Adam Andrzejewski, who runs a group called For the Good of Illinois. Not a particular fan, but, good work is good work, and this is good work. Illinois Attorney General Lisa Madigan has handed out $1 million in patronage pay increases since 2010. Her increases dwarf that of all of the other Illinois constitutional officers. In some examples here, Sarah Pratt, who was promoted to the head of the Public Access Division with a 49%, $32,000 pay hike over 2 years. She makes nearly $100,000. She's charged with dispute resolution regarding Freedom of Information Act requests, FOIA requests. However, one good government...
That's her main responsibility?
Yeah, you get $100,000 for that, plus a pension. And one group, though, said they have 3 pending requests for review that are past due by 18 months. She's busy, obviously it's a heady job. Lisa Madigan's chief lobbyist, a gentleman named Kareem Kenyatta, who comes from Speaker Madigan's office, and that's how she refers to him.
I wonder how he got
Speaker
the job.
Madigan.
Yeah.
Attorney General Madigan communicated with Speaker Madigan about Kareem Kenyatta, and he came over to the Attorney General's office. He's a lobbyist for the Attorney General in Springfield. He doesn't have a law degree, but he did receive a 44% pay spike coming over, $20,000 worth. Here's the best one. Cecilia Abundis. Cecilia Abundis was promoted into management at AG Madigan's office. She received a 16% pay hike soon after she received permission to move 2 states away to Michigan and go to a 3-day per week work schedule. Abundis's travel vouchers report repeated 507-mile round-trip journeys between her home and the office, downtown at the Thompson Center. Over the past 2 years, Abundis has filed field reports showing that she's worked from home 169 days, signed in at the office 117 days, and had 7 other days with outside duties. Her field report reveals only 1 day in the courtroom in the past 2 years. So she is working from home without access to office files, and she has no offsite access to office computers, and she lives in Michigan, and she's making...
She works for the top attorney of Illinois.
Making a mint, working for the chief law enforcement of Illinois. So $1 million worth of patronage hires, including out-of-staters who can live wherever, at Attorney General Lisa Madigan's office. Maybe Attorney General Lisa Madigan needs a good review by those, including some on the center right, who think for some reason, because she hasn't done anything, that she's unoffensive, and so we shouldn't bother with her. I think we should bother with her. It'd be nice to have somebody as the top law enforcement officer of the state who was interested in, law enforcement. In addition to that, it's interesting to note these big salaries and raises that she's handing out while she's in court yesterday, arguing that state workers should not get paid, only those that qualify under the Fair Labor Standards Act, who are hourly wage earners at the state. They should get paid, but only a minimum wage plus overtime. So there's Lisa Madigan sticking it to the little guy while feather-bedding her office with friends and friends and friends.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
With ChicagoRadioDeals.com, seeing is believing, and you have to see the deal from Vision One LASIK Center. Get LASIK surgery on both eyes at their state-of-the-art center in Lombard for only $1,900. That's a $3,800 value. Start with a consultation at any one of Vision One LASIK centers in Arlington Heights, Chicago, or Lombard. Vision One is a private practice with LASIK specialists Dr. Brand, Dr. Martin, and Dr. Berger. Hey, are you ready for this hot deal? Bikram Yoga of Rolling Meadows has a 10-class package at their beautiful studios on Hick Roads. Bikram Yoga, a series of 26 yoga postures and 2 breathing exercises. While it's taught in a 105-degree setting, you'll be sure to sweat. The package retails for $130. It's only $50 at CRD. CRD features fabulous deals for skincare like microdermabrasion from Hanna Facial Cosmetic Surgery of Hinsdale, or for the best in relaxation experience spa treatments at the Primal Ocean Salt Caves in LaGrange. All this and more can be found only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
I was coming out of the hardware store when I saw him. An old man, late 70s, hunched over in the freezing rain, no hat on his head, limping across that slippery parking lot, and pushing a row of shopping carts toward the cart corral. It's heartbreaking. Millions of hardworking Americans simply don't have enough money to retire, so they just keep working and working and working until it's too late. Hi, I'm Chad Stubbs, President and CEO of PowerTrader, and I believe that's just plain wrong. That's why I'm now distributing to the public absolutely free copies of PowerTrader's game-changing book on how regular folks can make the money they need to retire fast. For your free copy, call 1-800-400-0360. Don't let the lack of money rob you of your retirement. Call now for details and get your free copy of this book before it's too late. 1-800-400-0360. But hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-0360. 1-800-400-0360.
AM 560, The Answer.
Grab your phone lines.
This Friday, July 10th, join the Illinois Policy Institute for an evening with Mary Catherine Ham and Guy Benson at South Branch Tavern and Grill in Chicago. Tickets are just $20 and an open bar is included. For more information and to reserve your spot, visit 560theanswer.com and enter the keyword Guy as in Benson to win a copy of End of Discussion, How the Left's Outrage Industry Shuts Down Debate, Manipulates Voters, and Makes America Less Free and Fun. Be caller number
12.
Caller number 12 right now to 312-642-5600. 312-642-5600. Caller number 12 gets the book.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Stephen Moore will be here. And how much is a murder worth? We'll discuss. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 57 degrees right now, gray skies. The head of France's central bank said moments ago he fears the collapse of the Greek economy and chaos if Greece does not strike a deal Sunday with European creditors. China's government making a flurry of moves to try and halt a nearly month-long slide in its stock market. But for at least today, the measures have failed. The Shanghai index lost 6%. And selling spread to Hong Kong, where the Hang Seng closed down 5.8%. Baltimore police say 4 were shot, 3 fatally, near the University of Maryland Baltimore campus last night. A university police spokesman says there's no indication of the names of the students involved. The Confederate battle flag that flies over the South Carolina State House may be making its last stand. The State Senate yesterday passing a bill to take that flag down. The House takes up the measure later today. If members approve, Governor Nikki Haley could sign it into law before the end of the week. 2 candidates will battle it out to see who will replace former U.S. Representative Aaron Schock. Voters yesterday in the 18th congressional district in this state chose Republican State Senator Darren LaHood overwhelmingly and Democrat Rob Mellon as the 2 nominees in the upcoming September 10th general election. LaHood beat out fellow GOP members Michael Flynn and Donald Reentz during yesterday's primary and told AM 560's Dan and Amy moments ago that he will work to tighten the border and limit illegal immigration.
Yeah, it definitely came up in this race, and I'm in the unique situation as a federal prosecutor. I've actually prosecuted immigration cases. I've sent people back to their country of origin. And, I've said 2 things. We got to secure the border, first and foremost. And secondly, we got to stand up for the rule of law.
The election taking place after Schock resigned in March. Former top fundraiser for imprisoned former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich has been released from prison. Tony Rezko transferred to a halfway house. And the Illinois House is scheduled to take another run at a 1-month state spending plan when lawmakers return to Springfield later today. Chicago sports, Toronto beat the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from St. Louis. The news, a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. She didn't just visit the sick and poor. She moved in because they needed help. Mother Teresa couldn't do it all, but gave her all. Compassion, pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher thinks the country might be going insane.
To go around and take down symbols of history because there's a narrative that emerges on social media that the Confederate battle flag made this guy kill 9 people. I'm sorry. That's insanity. We're losing our minds.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
Did you know that as early as 40 years old, your body produces up to 50% less nitric oxide? It's impossible to have a healthy cardiovascular system without sufficient levels of nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is so critical to your circulation that its discovery won a Nobel Prize in 1998. Now you can test your own nitric nitric oxide levels with a free saliva test kit when you try Neo 40 Fast Melt Lozenges. With Neo 40, you get the same clinically researched benefits for your heart, blood pressure, energy, and stamina. The natural lozenges activate nitric oxide in your body in about 20 minutes, so you feel revitalized fast. It's doctor recommended because it works. Try your first 30-day supply of Neo 40 absolutely free. Just cover the small cost of shipping and processing. Plus, get the free test kit to prove it works. Call 800-996-2780. 800-996-2780 or online at tryneo40.com.
7:36 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get an update on the roads with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens has outbound delays from Montrose to Toohey. It's 27 minutes, Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound fine at 19. Inbound Kennedy delays start at Irving Park. 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 37. Make that 27 outbound. The Eisenhower, 35 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 36. Stevenson, 40 minutes either way between 355 and Lakeshore Drive. The inbound ride has delays starting around 59th Street. The travel time is about 30 minutes from 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive slow from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow Harlem to the Hinsdale Oasis and very slow Roosevelt through the Grand Avenue Curve. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow from the Elgin Toll to 25. Traffic is also a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. She didn't just visit the sick and poor. She moved in with them because they needed help. Mother Teresa couldn't do it all but gave her all. Compassion. Pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. The sunshine fading away to clouds and cool conditions this afternoon. High of 66. Occasional rain overnight, low 60. 55 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Donley's Wild West Town in Union. Old-fashioned family fun. Visit wildwesttown.com and get discounted tickets at any Walgreens.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and that music means it's time for the Sultan of Supply-Side Economics. He is our friend and chief economist at the Heritage Foundation, Stephen Moore. Steve, thanks so much for joining us.
Morning, guys. I'm off to Vegas tomorrow to debate Paul Krugman in the debate of the century.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be fun. Please refer to him as former Enron advisor, Paul Krugman.
Great idea.
So that's going to be fun. And also put $100 on 18 Black for me, if you would.
I thought you were going to say put money on me.
Oh, well, no, that's going to be over before it started. That's going to be like Tyson Spinks. Yeah, right. So what is the resolution that you're going to be debating?
It's a great one. I mean, by the way, could it possibly be a better time for me to have this debate with Krugman? It's socialism versus free markets, which works.
Okay,
it's a layup, right?
Yeah, right. So that'll be over in 5 minutes.
Greece, Puerto Rico. He's got to defend the stimulus plan. He's got to, defend Venezuela and Argentina and Europe. And boy, I'll have to see what kind of ace he's got up his sleeve.
Well, let's start in Puerto Rico. What lessons should we learn from our friend the Commonwealth there?
Well, Puerto Rico is a welfare state. It's tragic, but you've got a situation where 40% of the people living in Puerto Rico now are on food stamps. Over half of them are on Medicaid or Obamacare subsidies of the Puerto Ricans, and it's become just a dependency state, and it's a sad situation. It shows what happens when you create a huge welfare state and you make people eligible for all of these benefits. And look, Puerto Rico should be like Hong Kong, for goodness sakes. If they had got rid of the welfare programs and really developed a capitalist kind of culture, can you imagine how much growth there would be and how much enterprise there would be? But it's been beaten down by a mentality that you don't have to work because the government will take care of you.
Oh, there's $72 billion in debt right now. They just raised sales tax to 11%. Soon it's going to be going up to 16%. But they can't, as a U.S. territory, file for bankruptcy.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Amy, because I believe they should. I believe that we have to find a way where what could happen in Puerto Rico is what happened in Detroit, where you have bills that you cannot pay, you've made promises that you cannot keep, and so what needs to happen is a bankruptcy resolution that basically says, we can't pay these bills, the creditors are going to have to take a haircut, the people who receive these welfare benefits are going to have to take a pay cut, the pensioners are going to take a pay cut, and then what happens is you hit the reset button, and actually I've been to Detroit in the last month. Detroit is coming back. The best thing that ever happened to Detroit was they finally were able to put 50 years of liberalism behind them and start over again, and that's what has to happen in Puerto Rico. So we have to find a way where they can do that, and a bunch of smart people are looking at how that could happen.
There go my Puerto Rican bonds. Question about Greece. Obviously, it's a kind of a similar story to Puerto Rico, but I mean the idea of Greece failing, Greece leaving the Eurozone, and this being a contagion that spreads across Europe and it impacts the United States in some material way. Isn't Greece's failure tantamount to saying, if West Virginia fails, the United States will fail?
That's a good point. Look, I do think that a lot of these other European countries are in a lot of trouble right now. I think, if you look at what's happening in Spain and you look at what's happening in Portugal, and then you look at other countries like Argentina and Venezuela, I mean, there are a lot of dominoes that could fall. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, the failure of socialism, that these countries have simply run out of other people's money to spend. And so what Greece, I think, also needs the bankruptcy option. I mean, here's the thing. When you've got a country where two-thirds of the people are retiring before the age of 60, right, and then you got half of the young people who are not working, who's going to pay the bills? And what the Greek people did in this crazy referendum is that, someone else is going to pay our bills, and we're going to call the Europeans bluff, and we're going to call the Germans bluff, and they're going to have to bail us out again. But you know what, Dan? This time I'm not sure they are going to bail them out.
Yeah.
And then what happens? I mean, I don't think the Greek people have looked ahead. And unfortunately, what's going to happen in Greece is they're going to suffer a very significant reduction in their living standards. They're going to be like a third world country as these bills do come due.
And it couldn't happen at a worse time during the height of the tourism season. I know I was in southern Croatia, and Americans that were visiting in Greece left because they said they felt bad standing in line to get money when people were crying and they couldn't get into the banks, and there's a set limit on the ATMs. So I it's horrible what's going on there, but will it affect our 401k plans? Because my financial accountant says, listen, we've diversified your portfolio. We're invested in European stocks. It should be okay. Should I be finding a new financial advisor?
Just don't buy Greek bonds.
If you own Greek bonds, you should be worried.
Yeah, right.
If you own European bonds, I think you should be worried because I said I think Europe is a big socialist state. Except the only country where it's really working right now in Europe is Germany, and so I would be worried if I had a lot of the Greek debt because a lot of that's not going to be repaid. There's no way they don't have enough money to repay that. But no, I'm not worried about the contagion hitting the United States of America because, look, we're the least rotten apple in the cart. And a lot of these other countries are going to fail, but as they fail, a lot of the capital is going to come to the U.S. of A. That always happens. Whenever there's turmoil around the world, what do people do? They rush to safety. And where do they rush to? They rush to buy U.S. Treasury bonds.
Something that's perhaps more concerning, a piece in the Wall Street Journal this morning by an egghead trader from Morgan Stanley entitled China's Stock Plunge is Scarier Than Greece, the Signs of a Bubble in the Chinese Stock Market. And that would certainly impact the United States. Yeah,
it would. And China, too, has been way too much central planning in China. And what's happened in China is they've used the Paul Krugman model. They think that through central planning and through their monetary authorities, they can kind of fine-tune the economy and twist this dial, twist that dial, and make things work out, and that hasn't worked out. And they are not letting our private sector flourish. They still have way too much government dictating where investment is going to go. And I agree with you, Dan. If China's stock market plunges, that will have a negative effect on the U.S., and Lord knows what's going to happen in China. But look, if we get all we can do in the United States is get our policies right. Let's just lead by example. And let's get our corporate tax rate down. Let's have we talked about the Rand Paul 14.5% flat tax. But you want to resurrect the U.S. economy. You want to get 10 million jobs a year. let's do something really bold, and let's do something that resurrects the private sector in this country. And we know what to do. We can't even build the Keystone Pipeline, for goodness sakes. A job that creates 10,000 high-paying jobs overnight. I mean, there's so much in Washington. It is sickening.
The tenor of this debate has changed with recent reports about the number of violent criminals that should have been deported that have been let go on American soil, and now high-profile and tragic murders like this young woman in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I know you want the Republican Party to avoid getting into kind of a nativist posture, but is it going to be increasingly difficult with what's happening on the ground and the failure to even deport violent criminals?
Well, of course we want to deport violent criminals. I mean, look, I'm in favor of people coming to this country who want to work and build a better life. That's what the Statue of Liberty and our whole nation is about, that people from around the world can come here, and if they want to, through grit and determination, their hard work, enjoy our freedoms and liberties, yes, we benefit from that. But of course, Dan, we want to, anyone who commits especially a violent crime, they should be immediately deported, if not put in prison. People who come in and go on welfare. Look, if someone comes in this country and goes on welfare, they shouldn't be in this country. We shouldn't make, immigrants eligible for these benefits. So we want people to come to work, not for welfare. So I do want immigration, but I want immigrants to come for the right reason.
All right. He is Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks as always for joining us.
Okay, guys, have a great week.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cold and cloudy, those are the adjectives to describe today's weather. A high in the mid-60s. Thanks. And then tomorrow a little bit better. We'll have some times of clouds and sunshine, a high of 74. Roadways look great because many people are still on vacation, right, Jim?
Lighter than usual, pretty much across the board. It is slow on northbound Lakeshore Drive from the Stevenson to Jackson. You have closures downtown of Jackson, Congress, and Columbus for Taste of Chicago, which starts today. The opening ceremony is at 10:45. Northbound Tri-State slow in pockets from 95th to past the Hinsdale Oasis, then from the Reagan Tollway to past North Avenue. The other tollways are pretty light. The expressways, too. Inbound Ryan, it is stop and go from the Stevenson into downtown. That's about a 10-minute delay. But again, across the board, things are lighter than normal. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
If you sleep on a pillow from MyPillow, you will wake up feeling refreshed and energized. And right now, you can give the gift of a pillow and give the gift of a good night's sleep to yourself with the MyPillow.com buy one, get one free offer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, really all type of ailments. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, American-made, a 60-day money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied. But once you sleep on a pillow from MyPillow, you'll understand why so many people are buying the MyPillow. MyPillow.com, type Amy in that promo code for the buy one, get one free deal. Plus, you can get 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. Do it now, do it today, and start sleeping better tonight. 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Life is unpredictable. Business is tough. And maybe you find yourself in a difficult place you never thought you'd be. I'm attorney David Radowitz, and let me tell you 3 things I know. 1, you're the same hardworking, creative person who was on your way to the top of the world not too long ago. 2, you're still on your way up. You haven't fallen down. You just hit a ditch in the road. And 3, I know how to get you out of that ditch. My team of professionals understand foreclosure, bankruptcy, business reorganizations, and credit consolidations. We've done it all, and we can help you too. If you haven't given up on your goals, but you need a little help getting over the rough spots, call me, attorney David Radowitz at the Radowitz Law Group. When times are good, everyone wants to help because anyone can. When times are tough, you need one tough lawyer, and that's where you'll find me at onetoughLawyer.com. That's the number 1, toughLawyer.com, or call 630-757-4040. That's the number 1, toughLawyer.com, or 630-757-4040.
Have you ever thought you'd like to flip houses but didn't know how or where to get the money? Are you ready to be your own boss so you can start living the good life? Hi, I'm Preston Ely. I used to be so broke. I had my electricity turned off 9 times, but I figured out a way to quit my job and find financial freedom in real estate. For a limited time, I want to send you my smash hit selling book, How to Get Rich in Real Estate, absolutely free. It shows you how to copy exactly what I did so you can make money from the comfort of your own home without even doing any manual labor. I've already given away 5,000 books and they're going fast. To get one before they're gone, call 1-800-500-2997. Listen, if you're sick and tired of stressing about money, this book could change your life. It's short, fun to read, easy to understand, and awesome. To find out how to get your free book while supplies last, call 1-800-500-2997. Call 1-800-500-2997. 1-800-500-2997.
AM 560, The Answer.
312-642-5600 is the number. How much is a murder worth? The government dishing out disproportionate amounts for different tragedies. You know, I heard about this. I caught this headline when I was in Europe. And I thought, wait a minute, the victims' family members and first responders are getting a certain amount of money from the shooting in Charleston, South Carolina. So I first want to tell you this. The Colorado shooting theater victims received $2.9 million. Boston Marathon bombing victims, $8.3 million. And that would go to help pay for grief counseling, first responders, and funeral assistance. And it took a few months for those funds to go through to the family members and to the first responders. But in the case of the Charleston, South Carolina shooting, they received $29 million, which is significantly more than was given to assist the victims in Aurora, Colorado, or Sandy Hook, or the Boston Marathon bombing. So it looks like clear favoritism. Then you think about President Obama and his relationship with the pastor who was killed and the others. It doesn't make sense. It's, you know, I know that I'm a compassionate person. Most Americans are, and that we need to help people. But do these numbers add up to you, Dan? Does this seem like favoritism to you?
I don't know what the formula is, but if you go by the number of victims, the DOJ in a press release detailing the payout for the Aurora, Colorado theater victims said the total number of victims in the crime more than 1,500.
Wow.
That included 12 killed, 69 wounded, and their families, other people in the theater complex at the time, people evacuated from an apartment complex where explosive devices were discovered, as well as first responders to the emergency. Sandy Hook, $1.5 million. You had 20 children murdered and 7 adults. Boston Marathon bombing, $8.3 million. You had, obviously, 3 killed, but 280 people were injured. Not to mention the manhunt for the Tsarnaev brothers. So I don't know what the formula is, but there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason that I can discover from these payouts other than perhaps favoritism. And I just wonder if these are, and I don't want to be macabre about it, but I mean, are people, is this for actual assistance for local government and response and those services you provided, or are people getting checks cut to them?
That's the thing. I mean, and I thought we had other agencies that help, you know, the American Red Cross sometimes.
I don't know about the Red Cross.
Well, they do payouts to families, but the government paying victims' family members, I didn't know it existed. And in the Charleston case, the payout came just 2 days after the shooting. The response, a expeditious response from the government, that's something to celebrate. I don't care what it is, as long as it's positive. Yeah, but did you know that our tax dollars were going to pay victims' family members?
So the question is the program itself. I don't have the idea of like having a crime victim assistance fund. That doesn't offend me because obviously they're never going to be made whole by Dylan Roof. So that doesn't offend me, but if this is going to be arbitrary and capricious, depending on the
numbers,
the nature of, you know, some victims are more important than other victims, then it becomes a bit of a problem because you have people just kind of picking and choosing who they like more, and it should be just a set formula, and as long as there's funding available, that set formula should be abided. I don't know why there are such disparate numbers across all of these
this is
atrocious events.
Extremely disproportionate. $29 million for the people who were killed in South Carolina. And then do you trust that this money is really going to help with grief counselors, with first responders? I mean, who's who's going to be held accountable to see where this money is going?
Well, I mean, this is where it needs to be kind of drop shipped from the federal government locally. In Colorado, according to a Newsmax report, the money went to the Colorado Department of Public Safety, and then that agency turned around and provided funding to other agencies, including the District Attorney's Office, the local organization for victim assistance, the Mental Health Center in Aurora, Colorado, the local police departments, the local sheriff's departments. I mean, part of this is, I don't know if these are all federal issues. To me, these are largely state and local issues, and frankly, at this point, GoFundMe issues in the age in which we live. How much money could be raised through private charity and individual action? I don't begrudge families trying to make themselves whole when they lose, for example, think of Clemente Picnic. You lose your major income earner. So I don't begrudge them that, but this all seems a little bit arbitrary. Quickly, John in Westchester, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, John.
Oh, John. Okay.
Yes, you're on, John.
You're on. You're John.
Okay.
Okay, Mike in LaGrange Park. Hey, Mike. Mike in LaGrange Park is in the same place John is. Okay. I think we'll take a break.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right. I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you want to refinance and pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender, you called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
It's summer, and you have a craving to try something new, to go somewhere different for dinner, and you want fresh, flavorful food. You're craving the authentic flavors of Mexico. There is a little paradise wedged between Bridgeport and Chinatown that will become a favorite spot. Carbone Live Fire Grill starts with the highest quality ingredients and marinades. They serve the freshest grilled vegetables, healthy black beans, and juiciest meats cooked to perfection over an open flame. Carbone Live Fire Mexican Grill knows their diners love the oversized portions of tender fire-grilled steak, marinated grilled chicken breasts, or fan favorite tortilla-encrusted tilapia tacos. Every bite is like being on vacation. Eat in or take out. Their amazing signature tacos and burritos will leave you craving more. Delivery and catering available. Visit Carbone, CARBONMEX.com. That's CarboneMex.com for locations and hours. And make sure you visit them at the Taste of Chicago running July 8th through the 12th.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
And Chuck Gowdy from ABC7 joins us with the latest on the investigation into Subway spokesman Jared Fogle.
And then later, attorney Gloria Allred will be here. She's representing many of the alleged victims in the Bill Cosby case. But first, let's go and get some breaking news from Mike Scott.
The latest on airline trouble. Fox carrying that story in just a moment. Sunshine gives way to clouds. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock. Fox News.
I'm Dave Anthony. A week after a woman was shot and killed walking down a San Francisco pier, we found out the gun was stolen last month from a federal agent. The accused killer has pleaded not guilty, saying he found it and the gun went off by mistake. Juan Francisco Lopez Sanchez's attorney says,
"You've got an individual that does not know the victim in this case, has no interest or desire in injuring her."
Lopez Sanchez was an illegal immigrant who'd been deported 5 times but was released by the sheriff in a drug case even though immigration officials wanted him detained, sparking a firestorm over San Francisco as a sanctuary for illegals.
I have absolutely no support for a city that ignores the strong evidence that should be acted on.
That's what Hillary Clinton told CNN, though the Democratic presidential frontrunner has supported sanctuary cities. Republicans oppose them. Greece has just made what it calls an urgent request for a new bailout. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen, live in Athens.
And Dave, with the initial request made, the Greek Prime Minister now proposing and promising to submit credible proposals for a new bailout by the end of tomorrow. That's the deadline set down by European leaders. But Alexis Tsipras didn't give details of how he plans to reform the economy here in Greece, and it remains to be seen whether he'll go far enough for the rest of the Eurozone. European finance ministers saying Sunday will be the last day to secure a deal and secure Greece's membership of the euro currency. Dave?
Simon, a sell-offs brewing on Wall Street on worry about China's continuously plunging stock market. The FAA has just told Fox Business Network that United Airlines flights in the U.S. have been grounded by a computer issue. A lot more Americans are drug addicts. Heroin use has surged 63% over the last decade.
That's according to a new report from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Director Dr. Tom Frieden saying heroin has become a popular alternative for prescription painkillers. The report finding the heroin death rate quadrupled over a decade.
That's Fox's Lisa Lacera. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 57 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. There are reports this morning that United Airlines flights are grounded nationwide due to an automation issue. No exact word on what caused the problem or when it will be fixed. Chicago-based carrier talked to the FAA earlier this morning. The FAA then issuing an advisory about that issue. And honestly, right now, that is all we know. However, it will be causing some chaos, especially at O'Hare this morning. We'll keep our eyes on that for you. 2 candidates will be battling it out to see who will replace former U.S. Representative Aaron Schock. Voters in the 18th Congressional District chose the Republican State Senator Darren LaHood to face off against Democrat Rob Mellon in the September 10th general election. LaHood telling AM 560's Dan and Amy in our last half hour that he will work to tighten the border and limit illegal immigration.
Of amnesty. I'm supportive of standing up for the rule of law, and we don't do that enough in this country. And I think that is an example. The tragic incident in the San Francisco area is an example of that. And, you know, it's a very frustrating issue for people, particularly in my district, illegal immigration. And
the election taking place after Aaron Schock resigned in March. The Illinois House scheduled to take another run at a 1-month state spending plan when lawmakers return to Springfield later today. And a lawsuit is targeting towns surrounding Chicago for not monitoring gun sales. Activist Southside priest Reverend Michael Flager and a community group are suing 3 suburbs, accusing them of not adequately policing those sales. Chicago sports, Toronto over the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from St. Louis 7-4 and 5-3. At 8:03, it's time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Gary Baumgarten.
From the Fox Business Network, Hong Kong's main stock index plummeted as much as 8.5%, reacting to the continuing and accelerating sell-off in mainland China. Other Asian markets also sharply lower. The clock now ticking on whether Greece stays in the Eurozone. Greece under pressure to come up with a final bailout proposal. An EU summit is scheduled for Sunday to decide whether to keep Greece in the Euro. Contingency plans are being drafted in the event of a Greek exit. In Athens, people are apprehensive about that prospect.
I think that most of us, they don't realize what's going to happen if they don't reach an agreement.
In contrast to Asia, European markets are solid. Dow futures are down. The Federal Reserve releases minutes from its June interest rate meeting today. This as it is widely anticipated the Fed will raise interest rates sometime this year. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Gary Baumgarten.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's become a summer tradition. And on July 18th, the tradition continues. It's Rockin' for the Troops 2015 with Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band.
Let's rock for the troops tonight, right? Are we rocking for the troops?
At Cantini Park in Wheaton.
Everybody clap your hands, come on!
Get your tickets before they're gone. Stop by Jewel Osco stores in Wheaton, Naperville, or Bolingbrook, or visit 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword Rockin'. Sponsored in part by MJ Miller.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assurant total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. Switch to SquareTrade Phone Protection instead and start saving hundreds of dollars. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade Phone Protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade!
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest this morning with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens has slow traffic on the outbound side from Montrose to Lake Avenue. It's 30 minutes, Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound fine at 19. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Irving Park, and it's now 45 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 35 from Montrose, 25 in the Express. The Ohio feeder's jammed. Outbound 27 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound Eisenhower delays start at North Avenue. 36 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 36. Stevenson 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. The Ryan 27 minutes, 95th to downtown, but quicker in the Express. Lakeshore Drive. Southbound there's a delay, Irving Park to Fullerton. Northbound jammed from the Stevenson to Jackson. Street closures around Grant Park for the Taste, which starts later this morning. Northbound Tri-State slow 95th to pass the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to past North Avenue. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. The news is a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines. Great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com and learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. Let's get that update with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, it will be cool with some sunshine giving way to clouds, high of 66. Then tonight becoming mostly cloudy with occasional rain, a low of 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow, high 74. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 56 degrees at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The FBI raids the Indiana home of Subway celebrity pitchman Jared Fogle. Known as the Subway Guy, the sandwich chain announced today that its relationship with Fogle has been suspended.
Reaction is pouring in after that eyebrow-raising admission by Bill Cosby, a deposition now public in which Cosby said he obtained powerful drugs with the intention of giving them to women he wanted to be with.
Would you vote for someone that you don't trust? Well, people should and do trust me, and I have every confidence that that will be the outcome of this election.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. Jared toasted. As one texter chimed in this morning. I like that one.
I thought you came up with that one.
No, that's Steve.
That's
our friend Steve on 88. So I give credit where credit's due. So Subway has suspended its relationship with Jared Fogle pending the outcome of this investigation after his home outside Indianapolis was raided early morning yesterday by state and local officials. There's pictures of him coming in and out of this huge evidence truck that was parked in his garage.
Did he finally put some shoes on? Because earlier there were photos of him in a T-shirt, khaki shorts, and no socks or shoes.
Yeah, he's definitely put some weight on, that's for sure. Those pictures are not flattering. I don't know how prepared he is for that New York Marathon he was allegedly training for, but that is a secondary issue for the thrust of what's happening with this child porn investigation that now Jared Fogle seems to be part of. We're joined by ABC7 investigative reporter Chuck Gowdy. Chuck, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, Dan, Amy. Good morning.
So after that kind of surprising event yesterday morning with the raid on Jared Fogle's home, where does the investigation stand to your knowledge?
Well, it's all guesswork, of course, at this point because the authorities haven't even acknowledged that there is such an investigation. But when they show up with a 30-foot truck to do forensics at your driveway, you got to figure something's happening. In this case, it would appear that this is linked to the arrest of the head of his foundation last spring, and that was a child porn case. He's charged with numerous counts of child pornography in a federal case, and the people who have been briefed on this investigation say that that's exactly what yesterday's raid kind of spun out of, was the child porn case against the head of the foundation that holds Jared's name.
Well, is that case moving to trial? Is that case nearing trial?
He's been charged in a criminal complaint. It's supposed to be indicted early next month. But considering what's happening now, you'd have to wonder whether he's cooperating and that it might not go to trial.
But Russell Taylor, he's in jail and he's on suicide watch because they said they attempted to take his own life.
2 days after he was arrested, Amy, he tried to kill himself in the jailhouse and did not succeed. He was hospitalized for a time, apparently is okay, and the last we heard about him was that he and his legal staff were preparing for whatever the eventual trial would be. But again, it's possible that won't happen.
No, you're there in Indianapolis. You were there when they were taking evidence out of the house, when they brought police dogs in to search the house as well. How close were you able to get to Jared Fogle?
Well, we were right in front of his house, and it was interesting because the authorities did pull the normal game of keeping people back so that you couldn't see this. They obviously wanted this to be seen. Word got out quickly that they were there, and it probably, had it not been leaked by somebody within the government, it probably could have been pulled off with fairly little attention. This guy has lived in the neighborhood for, 8-10 years, and nobody ever sees him except to come out to the mailbox. He's not well known. He doesn't participate in anything that happens in the neighborhood. In fact, one woman last night drove by, asked me what was going on, and I told her, and she said, "Oh, he lives here," and she lived about 5 houses down.
Right.
So he keeps a pretty low profile.
And to your point about federal authorities making a spectacle of this, it seems to me if, as Jared Fogle's attorney said, that he was cooperating with authorities, they wouldn't spring a raid on his house at 6:30 in the morning. So was there any indication that maybe he was once cooperating, he's not anymore, he's not, his cooperation isn't as comprehensive as authorities was like? I mean, it's odd that this would come so long after his associate's arrest.
It would be hard to imagine that he knew this was coming, and it didn't have to go down this way. I would guess that in most cases, if the feds came to you a few months ago and said, "We're looking at this, we'd like to make this easy on everybody," that it would have to result in search warrants at 6:30 in the morning. It usually doesn't happen that way.
Chuck Gowdy, ABC7 News. What do you know about Jared Fogle's wife and his children?
Well, I don't know much about them. They weren't seen yesterday, to my knowledge. They were allowed to leave the house early at the point that this happened, and they did not return with the attorney and were not seen walking around the yard. This is his second marriage. The first marriage apparently had some issues that have not yet been reported, and that's one of the things that we're looking at today.
All right, Chuck Gowdy, investigative reporter for ABC7 in Chicago. Chuck, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, good to talk to both.
And you know what's surprising? I know Subway has temporarily suspended their relationship with Jared, but if they look at his past and what he did as a side job when he was a student at Indiana University, I'm surprised they even had him as their pitchman to begin with. He was known as the college porn king.
And this is according to who?
Well, this is TMZ and other publications talked about that he would rent dorms while staying in his dorm. He would rent porn videos out for $1 a day, and that people came from all over to take advantage of the deal. So he made money doing that for a living. But I mean, does that parlay into child porn? Does that mean it's so strange that this person was known for that and then became the pitchman for Subway?
Yes, it is.
Well, don't you think they vet him better than?
Well, it's a kind of a youthful indiscretion. He was just was trying to start a rival to Blockbuster back as an entrepreneurial undergrad, I suppose.
And porn is legal. I mean, it's legal.
There was no legal action taken against him or no allegations of anything that was illegal at the time when he was at Indiana, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it is interesting to note because he comes across as this kind of, dorky, likable dude. And, maybe it turns out he may be dorky, but some of his behavior is anything but likable.
And also, too, the same person that was interviewed in this TMZ article said that he started eating Subway sandwiches, not to get healthy, but it was the closest fast food joint to him into his dorm room because there was a Subway that opened up on the first floor of his dorm.
Well, sure. And when you weigh 450 pounds, as he did in college, you need something close.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A cloudy, cool day. Not typical for July 8th, that's for sure. A high only of 66 degrees. Then tonight we might have some light rain, no big storms. And then tomorrow, times of clouds and sun, a little bit warmer, a high of 74 degrees. Travel time's not so bad today. Let's get the latest from Jim Telemonte.
That's right, Amy. In fact, on the Edens inbound, it's all clear right now. At 19 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, just a little heavy approaching the junction. Outbound, it is slow from Montrose to Lake Avenue. Now 33 minutes, Montrose to Lake Cook. And the inbound Kennedy's gotten a bit heavier. Delays start at Irving Park, 45 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, quicker in the express. Inbound Eisenhower, 39 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound just 32. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95 to downtown, but quicker in the express. Lakeshore Drive, southbound it's slow, Irving Park to Fullerton. Northbound jammed from the Stevenson to Jackson. Street closures for the Taste, which starts later today. Northbound Tri-State, slow in pockets, Plainfield Road to 31st. Then from the Reagan Tollway to past North Avenue, only light delays on the other tollways. 53, northbound at Euclid, there is a crash, a semi-truck on the ramp there. The left shoulder of that ramp is blocked. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you've come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from basic services to all-in networks, and they'll create customized plans for your company's technology needs. Looking for offsite backup? Turnkey offers unlimited offsite backup plans. Want to move your email to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Office 365. Is 24/7 server monitoring important? Then Turnkey's got you covered. Time for all new equipment. With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Of course you do. Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, and Turnkey will make sure that it works reliably for you. Turnkey IT, focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today and find a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one, I was happy with it, so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So Hillary and one of her buddies on CNN, what's her name? Brianna Keilar?
Keilar, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, get to know the name, man. She's an up-and-coming star.
Yeah.
She's a political correspondent, actually, as the senior political correspondent from CNN.
Oh, she took over for Candy Crowley or what?
I don't know.
Where's Candy Crowley? Candy Crowley, where have you gone? So it was like a bad impersonation of The View, the two of them, like a couple of old friends dishing about the campaign.
Well, it was very folksy, very, girly-ish. It was a train wreck. I mean, it was almost impossible to watch, and I just thought the whole thing was a bit of a disaster. For her very, very first national interview of the 2016 race, that was the setting.
Well,
those were the questions?
It's not even the question. You can ask a question to prompt a response, but there was no pushback. It was just topic, emails, talk. So you give your 35-second canned response to all of the controversies surrounding you. Actually, just even some of the controversies, because we had to get to the, humanizing effort, the effort to humanize Hillary by asking her about what women she wants on the $10 bill and who's her favorite SNL impersonator. And
she couldn't even those two softball, like fluffy, out of nowhere questions. She couldn't even commit to them.
Yeah.
She was wishy-washy on everything.
She's so lifelike Hillary Clinton. She was asked about the issue of trust and whether people should trust her because more than 6 in 10 Americans don't. And here's what Hillary said.
I can only tell you, Brianna, that this has been a theme that has been used against me and my husband for many, many years. And at the end of the day, I think voters sort it all out. I have great confidence. I trust the American voter. So I trust the American voter 100%.
Would you vote for someone that you don't trust?
Well, people should and do trust me. And I have every confidence that that will be the outcome of this election.
It's persuasive.
Wow.
People should and do.
They do. They like me.
Trust me. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It turns out, according to the surveys, they don't. I'm not sure it matters, though. Here I was having this conversation with a friend yesterday about Hillary Clinton voters. These people. I'm a big Hillary Clinton fan. I'm voting for Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
And you ask them
why,
like Mark Halperin did at that infamous now Iowa focus group of Iowa Democrat caucus goers. Name one thing she did as Secretary of State that you're really excited about, that you point to as a great accomplishment. Nobody can name anything. I would ask the follow-up question, name one thing you can't wait for her to do. And the response you get from people, and this is kind of an anecdotal survey of friends, too, talking to their friends who are Hillary Clinton voters, especially young women. Oh, well, she's for women's rights. Really? Okay, so what specifically? And if at that point there is nothing specific, then here is how I suggest you handle Hillary Clinton voters, because there's only limited time in the context of a political campaign, and you don't want to waste your time with people that are drones. So I just say, look, I understand it. You are not a serious person. You are just going to vote for Hillary Clinton knowing nothing because
they want to be part of the movement. They want to tell their grandkids that I elected and I voted for the first female president of these United States.
Right.
But aren't we done with experiments?
And what I'm telling you is how to respond to that person. Okay. When they cannot name an accomplishment, cannot name something that she does, and just basically give the general. She's for women's rights. Say, okay, I understand. You're not a serious person. You're not intellectually curious. You are not particularly interested in dealing with your ignorance of the candidate that you're so excited to support. So we're just not going to talk about it anymore. I understand. You're not a serious person who should be treated seriously like an adult. So I'm going to focus my conversation when it comes to the presidential campaign on people who are interesting and serious and intellectually curious, because you've just demonstrated that you're not one, and that's fine. We can still be friends. Now we just know who has which qualities. I think there is a certain amount of putting it between people's eyes that is required to challenge them to get with it if you're going to pretend to participate. For example, how many people, when we're talking about Hillary Clinton for women's rights, know that Carly Fiorina exists as a Republican candidate if you're so gender identity focused? I would say it's a very small percentage because of what I just said before. They're not serious and they're not intellectually curious, because if they were, they wouldn't indulge answers like this to the email question.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Everything I did was permitted. There was no law, there was no regulation, there was nothing that did not give me the full authority to decide how I was going to communicate. Now, I didn't have to turn over anything. I chose to turn over 55,000 pages. And now I think it's kind of fun. People get a real-time, behind-the-scenes look at, what I was emailing about and what I was communicating about.
Wearing warm socks, as you said to John Podesta.
Exactly, or
working a fax machine.
A secure fax machine, which is harder to work than the regular.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it's
fun.
so.
Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun?
So bad.
First of all, she's lying. Of course, it went unchallenged, but she's lying, or she doesn't know the law, or some combination of the two. 1950 Federal Records Act, a 1995 interpretation and updating of the meaning of that act, specifically by the State Department for State Department employees, that said, among other things, such email messages are considered federal records under the law.
Well, the only point of the interview where she, tried to be tough, because of course she was not asked any foreign policy matters, anything about the Greek economy, anything about really any matters that are important to Americans. But when she talked about Donald Trump and bashing the GOP,
I'm very disappointed in those comments, and I feel very bad and very disappointed with him and with the Republican Party for not responding immediately and saying, enough, stop it.
Not disappointed enough to return Trump's campaign cash or his donations to the Clinton Foundation, which she said, by the way, she's very proud of, and had nothing more to say on the Clinton Foundation. She wasn't pushed on that either. Not serious enough, and not serious enough to change her position on sanctuary cities, policies she supports that are leading to the deaths of Americans. But okay, Phil in the Northwest Side around Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, my DJs are reversing roles here. Amy, with being fed up with experimenting, is finally becoming a conservative. And Dan's explaining to the other side, twinkling through the tulips, very politically correctly, on how they spit on all of our people who died for us. You guys are doing real good.
Thanks for the call, Phil. Quickly, Gasper in West Chicago. Make it quick, Gasper.
Yeah, I could vote for Hillary Clinton for the same reasons that I could vote for Rand Paul, because I think both will continue with the achievements of this administration. Those achievements is no war.
No war, really.
No war. Less expense in another countries. Make the money and spend this money in this country, not in other countries.
Thanks for the call. Sorry, Gasper, got to jump. Thanks for the call, Gasper. I mean, again, it is a good example of a Hillary Clinton voter thinks there has been no war during the President Obama's tenure.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Ever wonder what it was like to fly in a World War II bomber? Yes. One of the greatest military aircraft of all time, EAA's B-17 Luna Overcast, will be at Aurora Municipal Airport Friday through Sunday, July 10th through the 12th. Watch history come alive when you book a flight and stand in the footsteps of the bombardier, waist gunner, and navigator while experiencing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fly in one of World War II's most vital and magnificent aircraft. Book your flight now by going to b17.org. Ground tours are also available. Talk to the crew, hear the stories, and see up close one of the planes that changed the course of history. Don't miss this rare chance to see, touch, hear, feel, and fly on this legendary warbird. Book your flight today online at b17.org or call 1-800-359-6217. That's 1-800-359-6217, hosted by Warbird Squadron 4.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer, Bill Cosby accusers are lining up for a civil suit against him, and the main attorney is Gloria Allred. She joins us at 8:38.
And now let's get a check of the headlines with Mike Scott, including the status of United Airlines.
Dan and Amy, right now, the status on all United Continental flights in the United States, grounded due to computer problems. United saying in a statement just a few moments ago it's working to resolve problems related to what they call network connectivity. It's the second time in a couple of months that the carrier has been hit by major technical issues. United Continental Holdings had a temporary halt to all takeoffs in the U.S. on June 2nd because of what the airline said were computer automation issues. Its stock is declining in pre-market trading. We're hearing that some United-affiliated airlines are able to move passengers at O'Hare, just not United Continental flights. Those are all right now parked on the tarmac. Greece is seeking a 3-year bailout from the Eurozone Rescue Fund. Wall Street Journal says Greece made that request today. The written request also pledged Greece would start implementing some overhauls demanded by creditors as soon as early next week. San Francisco authorities are working to confirm reports that a gun an undocumented immigrant, an illegal immigrant used to kill a woman, belongs to a Federal Bureau of Land Management worker. Sources telling KGO television in San Francisco that weapon may have been stolen recently. The Obama administration announcing sweeping housing integration rules aimed at realizing the promise, they say, of the 1968 Fair Housing Act. Cities and towns will be required to study their housing patterns for racial bias. A former top fundraiser for imprisoned former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich is out of prison. Tony Rezko transferred to a halfway house after his conviction in 2008 of fraud, money laundering, and plotting to squeeze about $7 million from companies seeking to do state business during the Blagojevich tenure. Chicago sports, Toronto over the White Sox 2-1. Cubs took a pair from St. Louis. Game 1, 7-4, and in Game 2, a 5-3 victory. The news is a service of Whole Foods Market. It's 8:33, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher seeks the truth in every situation.
What happened in McKinney, Texas, has led to so much anger. If you watch that video and you don't think that's a police officer out of control, okay, I'm going to disagree with you, but you're not wrong. This is a cop who entered the scene out of control, who was out of control while he was there, and it seems to me it's a pretty obvious conclusion.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This week at Whole Foods Market, get juicy organic blueberries for $3.98 a pint. Stock up on healthy at Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. CPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP, and right now you can try it risk-free for 21 days by calling 1-800-500-4833. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Transcend's smallest and most advanced portable design ever, the mini CPAP is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call CPAP.com now for your 21-day in-home trial. 1-800-500-4833. That's 1-800-500-4833.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. We get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Edens delays start around Elston. 22 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. Inbound Kennedy, 43 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 31 from Montrose, 21 on the Express. The Ohio feeder's jammed now. Outbound 27 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, 40 minutes Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound just 30. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 5 to 34. Inbound Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive has delays, southbound Belmont to Fullerton, northbound really slow from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, slow pockets, Plainfield Road to 31st, then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow Elmhurst Road to Manhunt. The other tollways are good. 53, heavy southbound Peloton to Kirchhoff, northbound, slow in pockets from Gulf to Euclid. Traffic answers when you need them. Jim Talamonte.
He had gone from helping me to groping
Chicago's
me.
Morning Answer continues
He made
next.
me a victim.
A service
In
of Whole
all my
Foods
life,
Market this week at Whole
been
Foods
a
Market.
victim.
Save on quality produce items like organic blueberries, $3.98 a pint, and organic blackberries, $4.98 a pint. Visit any of the Whole Foods Market's 24 Chicagoland locations. Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store. 56 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Laz Word with Tom and Dave. Heard Sundays at midnight.
Take that. That's off the air.
I know.
Those reruns have been pulled.
Yeah, even Bounce TV announced this morning, that's an African-American channel, that they're pulling all Cosby shows. The Bill Cosby statue at Walt Disney World has been taken down. So, yeah, people are listening, and people are not liking Bill Cosby. And even when I hear that music, it makes my skin crawl.
Well, it's incredible that it took as long as it did for this to reach critical mass and become public knowledge. It's bubbled up to the surface a few times over the years, going back a decade to that lawsuit that was filed against him by a Temple University employee. But it's just never stuck, really, until now with that deposition that was sealed coming out and Cosby admitting that he used Quaaludes to sexually assault women, or one woman in particular, but it's a story that repeats itself over and over again.
And here are some of the victims.
He made me a victim. And all my life, I've been a victim. He had gone from helping me to groping me.
Yeah, and it goes on and on and on. And one of the women, an attorney who's representing most of the complainants, is attorney Gloria Allred. Good morning, Gloria, and welcome back to the show.
Good morning.
So how many clients do you have right now, and do you expect that number to grow?
Oh, well, there are so many. I have about 16, and
Not so many more have actually contacted me, but some of them have chosen not to speak out publicly, or some of them, and many of them, most of them actually, are beyond the statute of limitations. But I'm happy to give them legal advice, so that, in other words, the statute of limitations is an arbitrary time period set by law, which is different in every state, and different for criminal versus civil, different for child sexual abuse and adult sexual abuse. But I'm happy to advise them, and, many of them have wanted to do something about it. I have one case where we are litigating it, and that is on behalf of Judy Hutt, who alleges she was 15 years old when she became the victim of sexually inappropriate conduct by Mr. Cosby at the Playboy Mansion. Our case is now before the California Supreme Court, and because Mr. Cosby has petitioned for a review of our case, he's trying to block it. He's trying to get it thrown out. And coincidentally, we just filed our opposition to his petition this week. He now has about 2 weeks to do his reply, and then the California Supreme Court will decide whether or not we can proceed, whether or not they will decide that they want to review the case.
Are there other instances of underage girls that have come forward and spoken that you have spoken with?
Well, that's a great question. The answer is yes. And I've actually come forward with one of them, and there are one or two others who have not come forward publicly, but who have contacted me. But one I did come forward with is Shalon, and Shalon is an African-American woman who alleges that Bill Cosby suggested that he wanted to help her in her modeling career, and when she was 17 years old, that he actually drugged her in his suite, the Elvis Presley suite in Las Vegas, at one of the hotels. And she said that some time ago in a news conference with me. Her video is actually online on my webpage on GloriaAllred.com. But she said that, and I'm having it's a major concern because she was 17 years old.
Now, it's some of the women, and particularly underage girls, as you're describing, it's understandable that while they wouldn't come forward and challenge Cosby, but you have some high-profile victims, alleged victims in this case, including Beverly Johnson. And I wonder what your assessment is in terms of why a Beverly Johnson, for example, didn't come forward earlier and press charges within the statute of limitations and take him to task. Well, how could he get away with this for so long is, I think, a question a lot of people have.
Well, I do know Beverly Johnson. I like Beverly. In fact, Beverly and I went to one of the Oscar parties together earlier this year. But even Beverly says that she feels that, she would now encourage young women to speak out, and that's what she would encourage her daughter to do. And but she didn't at the time. I mean, let's think about it. Mr. Cosby was rich. He was powerful. He was famous. He was, what he did with a lot of the accusers was he isolated them. And they didn't know, they had no reason to expect that he would do that he would, give them the Quaalude or give them some other drug or put it in their drink and then attempt. And then if, in fact, he did sexually assault them, that he would do that. And so some of them blamed themselves. Some of them thought, well, maybe something just happened to them that was they didn't even think that he would do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen as a family man who would give parenting advice in books and on TV.
Right, exactly. But now, and many people would think that they wouldn't believe the women.
So
what's the word of one woman against a rich, powerful, famous man? But now we've got more than 40 women. And now, most of all, for the doubters of those who say, well, maybe the women aren't telling the truth, we need proof, here we have Mr. Cosby, in his own words, under oath, in a deposition, giving testimony in a civil case in 2005, admitting that he used Quaaludes, admitting that he had 7 prescriptions for Quaaludes, that he had an intention to use to have sex with young women. Of course, if women are incapacitated and can't consent, that's not sex. That's rape. That's sexual assault.
Right. So here,
we don't know that he did it, but he did say that was his intention. I'm looking forward to taking his deposition myself.
Well, sure.
In our civil case.
Well, the interesting thing about what you just described is to indicate how pathological he is he knew what he said in that deposition, and for the subsequent 10 years, he has been denying any wrongdoing. He knew that his admission was there, and he still went on for a decade and denied it.
Well, yeah, and of course, since he's been sued for defamation, he's, it's kind of silence over there on that side.
I imagine.
But having said that, yes, can you say hypocrisy? That's the thing. That's it. And I've said to him, I've offered him challenges. Look, if you're denying it, and all these women are accusing you, why don't you can give up and waive and say, I will not assert the statute of limitations in a civil case. I invite all these women to sue me. He could do that. He hasn't accepted that challenge.
Do you think
decided by a judge and jury in a public courtroom?
Well, do you think that this will go to trial though, or he'll settle?
Well, we have an intention to go to trial, and that's always subject to what our client wants, because we're there to support and serve our client. But Mr. Cosby has been fighting our case. He tried to get it thrown out the lower court. He was unsuccessful. And then he filed a writ with the California Court of Appeals. He was unsuccessful. And now he's petitioned the California Supreme Court. If he hadn't done that, he knows that he was supposed to appear in my office on June 26th for me to take his deposition. But because he filed with our Supreme Court, that meant that we needed to continue the deposition until the California Supreme Court decides whether they're going to accept review of Mr. Cosby's case.
And how many victims are you representing that are within the statute?
Well, in a lawsuit, I'm only representing Judy Huff.
Okay.
But the others, no, they are barred by the statute of limitations. Now, of course, legislatures can decide they're going to change the statute of limitations. I actually recently testified this year in Nevada to the legislature to have them eliminate the statute of limitations. They compromised and didn't eliminate it, but they did extend it to 20 years, and I went to Nevada and was there with the governor.
But that wouldn't apply to the
signed the bill.
That wouldn't apply to the Cosby case, though.
Yes, you're right. Unfortunately, it didn't take care of the Cosby victims, but it will help in future for criminal prosecutions. But I'm all about empowering women, and the women who've spoken out have been very, very brave. They've spoken out. We've organized. I demonstrated in Denver and was almost arrested outside of one of his shows with many, many brave women who came out to protest. I also protested in Atlanta when he had his last show there. So we're not going to let this thing go away. And Ms. Huff is going to continue. And she wants her day in court. She wants justice. We've also offered to Mr. Cosby, look, let a retired judge arbitrate behind closed doors if you don't want the scrutiny of a public courtroom, or let's go to mediation. Let's try to have a confidential settlement for these women if you don't want to do it, in public. He hasn't done any of that. So the victims are still hurting, but the victims feel so much better now that this deposition has been released and we see Mr. Cosby's admission that he did use Quaaludes. We're not going to stop there, though. We want the full story out, and that's one of the reasons we're going to proceed with Judy's lawsuit.
And if you can't prosecute him, at least you can persecute him. Gloria Allred, plaintiff's attorney representing one of the alleged Cosby victims. Thanks so much for joining us. And if you get arrested, I hope you can find a good criminal defense attorney.
Lots have already volunteered for me.
I'm sure they have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Attorney Gloria Allred joining us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Today, not so nice. Doesn't feel like summer out there. Doesn't look like summer out there. We're going to have cloudy and cool conditions, a high of 66 degrees. Tonight, a little light rain in the area. Then tomorrow, times of clouds and sun. Better, a high of 74. Let's get the light travel times from Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Eden's inbound, 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. Kennedy, delays start at Montrose. It's 41 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. Inbound Eisenhower, 40 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 30. The Stevenson inbound has a 4-minute delay central to Kedzie, outbound it's fine. Inbound Ryan delays start at 51st, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, slow southbound Belmont to Fullerton. Northbound, it's very slow from the Stevenson to Jackson with the street closures in Grand Park for the Taste, which opens later this morning. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
The invitations are in the mail. Graduations, birthdays, weddings, showers. You're always happy to be invited, but not happy to stress about giving that gift. We'll never go to a party empty-handed when ChicagoRadioDeals.com is just a click away. You can purchase and print a gift certificate the same day. Give a $100 gift certificate to Zembar Jewelers in New Lenox. Here's the deal. You only pay $50 to buy the $100 gift certificate. If you're feeling more generous, well, then check out the Movado watches from Duval Jewelers in Harwood Heights. Nothing is more beautiful than these handcrafted timepieces on the wrist of the person you love. Plus, there's a $200 Duval certificate for only $100. Visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com for great gift ideas, dinners, tickets to live music, comedy, Lake Michigan cruises, overnight stays, spa treatments, and much more. Find it all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Don't let your treasured memories slip away. Preserve them forever today. Digitally archiving your old films, slides, videotapes, and photos has never been easier at Pixel. Located in Chicagoland, Pixel has been transferring analog media for more than a decade. Your one-of-a-kind media is handled with the utmost care. Using state-of-the-art equipment, Pixel preserves your memories at the highest definition and quality available. Have your memories archived on DVD, Blu-ray, or Pixel's very own new unlimited cloud storage service, Reflectera. And here's the best part. It's Christmas in July. Save 50% off Pixel's remastered scanning services throughout the whole month of July. It's the biggest scanning sale of the year. Visit Pixel.com or dial 847-272-8207 for information today. Light up your summer with Christmas in July savings at Pixel. That's Pixcel.com or call 847-272-8207. Years go by and memories fade. Until now, Pixel.
Market volatility, high living costs, and taxes leave even wealthy investors baffled. Add the confusion of assets and multiple accounts scattered over years of investing, and it's no wonder people have no clue if they're on track to meet their financial goals. If this describes you, I can help. My name is Frank Williams, Senior Director Investments with Oppenheimer & Company Incorporated. With almost 30 years of experience in financial services, I'm offering AM 560 listeners with over $500,000 in investment assets a no-obligation private consultation. Let's discuss how to coordinate all your assets into one financial strategy that can help you address your financial goals and maintain your lifestyle. There's no sales hype or pressure. Please call me, Frank Williams, directly for your private consultation. I look forward to helping you.
Call Frank Williams at 312-360-5650. That's 312-360-5650. Oppenheimer & Company Inc. transacts business on all principal exchanges. Member SIPC.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson are getting some interesting response to the Gloria Allred interview with respect to the Cosby case, to no one's surprise. Sean from Elmwood Park, it took 10 years to get Cosby. How long to get Clinton? Here, this is an interesting conjecture. I had forgotten about this, but interesting conjecture is fun. Text from 702. Not to overcomplicate the Cosby issue, but is the murder of his son really all that random? Maybe revenge. Remember Ennis Cosby murdered on the side of a highway in California? I don't know.
Maybe a scorned woman, angry, or just a
or an
rape
associate
victim.
of a victim. Boy, that obviously total conjecture, but it's interesting to kind of rethink about that. Text from 773: is Gloria Allred an attorney or P.T. Barnum? Yeah, I'm going to waive the statute of limitations. Okay, not. Yes, very good text and very good assessment. She is more P.T. Barnum than she is attorney. There's no question about that. Text from George in Elk Grove Village. Gloria Allred, I feel dirty just listening to her. Now I have to wash my radio.
Well, we have new information on the breaking news we've been continuing to bring you all morning. That's about United Airlines. They confirmed the flights are grounded worldwide now, not just nationwide. And apparently there's a problem with the passenger service system. The United check-in system crashed. So anyone checking in for a flight, that portion of the computer system has crashed nationwide, and now it's worldwide.
I can't wait for this to come out that they hired the IT people that did the Obamacare website. That's what we're going to learn.
But this is...
Picked the wrong week. Quit sniffing glue.
Indeed. Where is Lloyd Bridges when you need him?
United had a similar issue on June 2nd, and some media outlets are reporting that it may be due to the fact that Continental and United are trying to merge systems, and this marriage of these two giant corporations isn't going so well.
Well, the good news is it will not affect liberal political ruling class types because they fly private.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Attention homeowners, I've told you before, and if you missed out, I'm telling you again, rates are dropping to another historic low. Hi, I'm Wesley Hoagland with Westland Financial. Why pay more if you don't have to? Whether you're buying a home or refinancing, we can do this with no closing costs. That's right, no points, no fees. Even if you refinanced in the last year, we can still probably save you money. So don't delay.
Call Westland Financial today at 1-800-809-7882. That's 1-800-809-7882.
All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how you can save hundreds or thousands of dollars a year. And by the way, Westland Financial is proud to offer reverse mortgages for our clients over 62. The only way you can lose money is not to call Westland Financial.
Call Westland Financial today at 1-800-809-7882. That's 1-800-809-7882. 1-800-809-7882. 1-800-809-7882. NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
Sleeping well and waking up energized is really the best gift you can give to yourself and you can give to a friend, because right now we still have the buy one, get one free offer, so you can get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. If you're going through the change, ladies, this pillow will cool you at night. And if it gets dirty, ladies, you can throw it in the washer and dryer and it's ready to go the next night. What?
What if you're a man going through a change?
It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, go to MyPillow.com, use Amy in the promo code, plus you'll get 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. MyPillow.com, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Well, Hillary Clinton get the last laugh. Gosh, I hope not, because I can't stand that laugh. The first Republican debate of the 2016 campaign is coming up on Thursday, August 6th in Cleveland. Now we know that you don't want to actually have to travel to Cleveland to watch this debate, and you don't have to because of the invention of television and cable television. It's being broadcast on Fox News. So we here at AM 560 have put together our View and Brew GOP debate watch party that night, presented by Saul Z and the Z Team. Join us and 100 of your fellow AM 560 listeners to watch the debate and cheer on your favorite candidates: Scott Walker, Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Ben Carson, Mike Huckabee. It's all happening at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Tickets are just $25. You'll enjoy the all-you-can-eat buffet, unlimited soft drinks, pop, and reserved seating to watch the debate on one of the 40 big-screen TVs. We'll be there, and we'd love to meet you. Get your tickets at 560theanswer.com/view. That's 560theanswer.com/view. It's AM 560's View and Brew GOP Debate Watch Party, August 6th at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village, sponsored by HealthInsuranceMentors.com and Best Dental Group.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
How often do you get the chance to ask a retirement specialist real questions about your own personal situation? A real one-on-one. John Kelly understands planning and understands lack of planning. John is here to help you now, today. Don't be caught with, what do I do now? Take charge of your life and take care of yourself and your family. Call John Kelly now at 312-967-9151. 312-967-9151.
The opportunity for a free consultation is limited. Call John now, 312-967-9151.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1-hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her AC started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, Her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1-hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any cooling need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Well, it's almost 9 o'clock. That means we are out of here. Our thanks to David Stripling, Caesar Perez, and of course to our listeners for making us a part of the morning every day. Now let's thank Mike Scott and join him again in the newsroom. Good morning, Mike.
Amy and Dan, we're following developments related to United Continental. All flights in the U.S. currently grounded due to computer trouble. Fox with the latest, and we'll have developments as well. Sunshine gives way to clouds later today. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. There's been a headache at airports.
What's happening tomorrow? Do we have anyone lined up? Hey, Caesar, anyone lined up for tomorrow?
Do we want anyone on the planes?
Depends how long this lasts today.
Keep trying to get sweet cakes people. I'm gonna call that number
Oh,
here
yeah.
that I found. Call their
That would be
return.
great to get them for tomorrow.
Keep trying.
What about trying to get Jimmy Walker?
Yeah, he's in Vegas right now. He was just on CNN.
Jimmy Walker, J.J. Walker
JJ.
from Good Times, who's on CNN talking about Cosby.
Comparing him to Wilt Chamberlain. Anything?
Do we know anyone on the Hillary? What about maybe Ron Johnson? He's
yeah, he's all over the
San Fran.
yeah, he's Department of Homeland Security. That's I mean, that's so
He's the
easy to
chairman.
become.
Or-
It's so easy to get off the sanctuary list.
Or Duncan Hunter, who sponsored legislation in the House to get rid of sanctuary cities.
All right. Do you want to tease that?
Ron Johnson loves our show. He always likes coming on, so there's a good chance we could get him for tomorrow.
I'll try his guy first and then go to Ron. But he was all over CNN today.
Anyone on the state workers not getting paid or getting paid minimum wage and all that?
Yeah, I could get Munger if I want, maybe.
Okay, so I'll keep going after Sweet Cakes by Melissa. I'm going to try to reach out to Jimmy Walker. I'll reach out to Senator Johnson. Do you want me to reach out to Munger, Dan, or are you going to take care of that?
Yeah, I can get Munger whenever. What anybody else on Cosby? Like, think about people that I mean, honestly, Tempest Bledsoe, Malcolm Jamal Warner, Raven Simone, Keisha
Anybody
Knight
that's worked with
Pulliam,
him?
anybody that worked with him, acted with him.
Theo himself?
Malcolm Jamal Warner. Yeah.
Theo Huxtable.
Get even the guy that played Sandra's husband. He's a conservative.
Oh, yeah, he'd be the best one.
I don't know.
Google Sandra's husband. Do we have Michael Medved on Friday?
kind of got canceled when he went away for a while.
Mhm.
Then we bring him on that one Monday, but I can reach out to him, try to get him on for
I
Friday.
mean, do you guys want? I don't. Sometimes we don't talk about politics, but about movies because
Yeah.
he's so good. I know my sister misses that segment immensely.
We're gonna have KT Ham and Guy Benson are gonna be here in studio somewhere between 6:30
Mary
and
Catherine Ham.
7 on Friday. Yeah, MK Ham. That was good. But they're gonna be here in studio somewhere between 6:30 and 7. Marcus doesn't know an exact time, but he said to leave that open. Which, I mean, if Fred Bayer has his weekly hit at 7:08, I don't know if he realizes that. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Well, between 6:37 and 7:08, that's fine. It'll be fine. All right, we have to think of a tease.
Yeah, so there's some of these United flights already resuming. This will be old news by noon.
Billy Deck's been affected, so it's just God. Somebody texted me saying, "Call Billy Deck." Like, oh dear God.
Call Billy Deck about what?
He's stranded, Dan.
No, who gives a
really
shit?
Big news. I just laugh at people sometimes.
Let's see. Yeah, we could do. Wait, what was I just thinking? Cosby.
Sanctuary City.
Oh, Sanctuary City. That's
yes,
it.
Sanctuary City.
Yeah, we could do that. All right.
Okay. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will the GOP prove it's serious about immigration by? Will the GOP prove it's serious? Will the GOP prove it's serious about immigration reform by barring sanctuary cities?
We're back at 5 a.m. 560. The Answer.
Next week, Brad Thor's gonna be on with us. 16th, yeah, it's next week.
Yeah, does his book launches, or did it launch this week?
I asked him to try to send us a couple copies.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will the GOP?
West Coast person, and she didn't want to come on today, at least earlier, but they're so delayed on responding to me. Like I get responses from them like at 8, 9 at night because they're on the West Coast and they just.
Yeah, keep on Taya Kyle.
If she's really, I mean, we can record her at 9, which is what, 7 their time.
You guys want to? She has an event here.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will the GOP prove it's serious about immigration reform by barring sanctuary cities?
We're back at 5 a.m. 560. The Answer. Chicago's Morning.
She's gonna be here with like Marcus Luttrell and all those guys.
All right, try Luttrell too.
Yeah.
Ground stop has ended.
Okay, it should be in there.